Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome each and all. It's October 10th, 2021, and this is the Keshe Corona Telegram meeting in English. I'm delighted to be your host, and I'm also delighted to be joined by Alex Skoric and other beautiful knowledge seekers. My name is Mark Anderson, and we want to welcome you today for joining and sharing and just being present. And adding your field strength to wherever you go. And that doesn't have to always be in this meeting and so on. I didn't have a lot of time to prepare today, but I think we have something very exciting. We know what's going on in the background, which is super exciting for all of us. And Mr. Keshe has welcomed us to our new home. He's referring to Lentz, the new exhibition center, as a center of excellence for learning, for manufacturing, possibly for processing, but that may come down the road. It looks like the facility is so large that it can encompass many types of different activities there, even maybe some limited indoor agricultural work and so on. And I know there's, he's even talked about space flights actually leaving there. And this is what I think Alex was talking about before we actually started recording, that we've been asked to move beyond the current problem, and really not to mention much of those subjects, because we're past this. And Mr. Keshe says to try and direct everybody, and speaking about the foundation as a space institute, as space technology. And I just happened to find something a little curious. And as we know, the vice president here in the United States, who may soon be the president of the United States, carries the ethos of the Keshe Foundation, Mr. Keshe said. And I think there'll be some upcoming meetings in the fall, or perhaps the beginning of next year, depending on how quickly they want to get on board. But I just happened to find a clip from NASA's YouTube channel, and Kamala was there. It's only 1 minute, but I think it's called Curious. And she is promoting the curiosity of adults and children in exploring space. So I thought this was very positive, and I wanted to bring it here. So let's do that. And before we go to the store, I thought this was a kind of a cute thing. And there are about 3 of them or 4 of them on YouTube. Some of them are much longer. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm glad you're still allowed to say yes.
Told for a transmission from the International Space Station.
Hi, I am NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough aboard the International Space Station with a challenge. This year during World Space Week, I am calling on my team to get curious. The universe is full of new discoveries to be made.
Look at that.
You'll have help from me and a couple other important people along the way.
Kamala Harris is the Vice President of the United States and the head of the Space Council.
My mom was a scientist, so I just love the idea of exploring the unknown. Are you guys ready to go over there?
Yes.
Come on, let's go. Look at this thing.
Whoa.
Remember, the moon isn't the only awesome thing to discover in space. Go to your local observatory, or maybe even make your own telescope.
As we are curious for the discoveries and the work we can do in space, that's one of the things I'm most excited about.
So how exciting. And I don't think this is just rhetoric. As Mr. Keshe has told us, there's a reason that she's in this position, and that she's now head of the Space Scientific Council or something within the United States. This is the first I've heard of it this morning, but I think she's on board with exploring. And as we saw the capsule and so on, and I'm trying to do a couple things here. Did you see all the wires and everything else that went with it? Quite an interesting array of things. It looks rather cumbersome up there at the space station with wires and things. I think when we travel using the plasma or magnetic gravitational field craft, it's going to be it's going to be rather plain, perhaps. I don't think there'll be all these wires and tubes and buttons, and there'll be no flags, that's for sure. But I was very excited to see that our vice president is taking up the mantle of working in space, and we know where the advanced space technology is sitting now in the exhibition center in Linz. So I think and I'm sure she's well aware of it, and I think as Mr. Keshe has his opportunity to meet with the US administration, hopefully later this fall or perhaps at the beginning of the new year, things will start moving in this direction, and NASA will go out of such a thing as rockets and current propulsion systems and space suits and so on, and start working with the real knowledge of the universe. And I think this is a very positive development. It's been in the background, I'm sure, for some time. As she said, her mother was a scientist, and she has that love for curiosity and to see what we can discover in space. So let's go to the, anyone want to make any comments on that?
I wanted to comment something I got to listen to yesterday. Apparently, as in space, you don't have any, what is it called? No pressure. You don't need to wear those astronomical or thick suits these blokes use out there.
You're talking
You can
the vacuum condition?
Yeah, exactly. You can wear your Sunday suit if you like. You have no problem whatsoever. The only problem out there is you can overheat. You're generating heat. So you have to have a thin suit with a way that you can control the temperature all around your body. It's a very interesting thing. I'll get hold of the archive. I've got it on my other computer, and send it over to you if you please.
Sure, sometimes I'm not able to retrieve it out of Telegram, but as Mr. Keshe said, all these suits and all these things, we're going to be extending tents or domes of protection, I think, from craft and so on. And he said it would go out hundreds of kilometers for you to just get out and walk and to explore, probably without any sort of apparatus or breathing devices or even temperature control, as the shielding will provide the environment.
Yeah,
And
as Mr. Keshe said, those frogs hopping on the moon.
yes, like grasshoppers.
Yeah,
Yes, young grasshopper. We're going to mature, and hopefully they're going to go in that direction. As they see the other countries moving in this direction, they'll certainly be left behind if they don't. And Mr. Keshe wants all countries to be involved in the space program, from Kenya to China to Iran to the United States and every other big and small country in between. And just like when the knowledge seekers get together, we work together, we collaborate, we share knowledge. Nobody's really hiding anything from one another to gain an advantage. So this is what he wants the nations to get involved with here, I think. Anyone want to make any more comments? I thought that was very exciting that she's excited and curious about learning more about space and what's out there and what's there to be discovered, which is endless, as we know. Any other comments? Good. Let's go to the store. If I can find this clip. I think it's here. Now, sometimes the system, since the upgrade, doesn't always like to start on time, and I can't figure out how to. We may hear a little bit of the part before.
Be back in a few minutes.
I was just, that's a very catchy phrase on the box. I mean, it sort of perks up people's ears, and that's what I was just looking for, was time to trust what you can't see, plasma wind. And we know how physical all of us are. But I think the plasma wind was demonstrated defensively in Iraq, and also the plasma wind can be used in your home. And you can create whatever environment you'd like, Mr. Keshe said, by putting a few of these around the home. That's a reactor there, which is mounted to the fan, and there's a magnet, I believe, in back of it, which all fans sort of generate, and I'm not sure if that's what he was referring to. But I just thought, time to trust what you can't see. Plasma wind. And we know this is in the air enhancement unit, another development by the Keshe Foundation, and the store has probably 150 or more products, and they're going to add every week or every 2 weeks, there's going to be many, many more products added to the store. I know I've gotten confirmation from the person that didn't have any fingernails, or I guess they got destroyed through the fungus. As Mr. Keshe said, there's no solution for it. So I'm going to order that fungus, and we're going to do a fungus system, and we're going to run a test with some pictures on that. But I would encourage everybody to continue to go to the store, look at the various products, and buy one for someone else. Remember when Mr. Keshe said when you made your first MagRev system, or however you made it, you were to give it away? So buy something out of the store and give it away, because it'll all come back to you, but give it away unconditionally and not looking really for anything in return, but just as wanting to elevate another human being and to make their life better. So we're going to have some tests. I don't know how long it'll take or what will be the results yet, but we're going to move forward with that. But I thought it's great. Time to trust what you can't see. And as we all know, we all want to touch it and see it and smell it and hear it. But with much of the plasma technology, you see the results, but you don't really see all these different interactions that are going on. Let's take a minute and go to our new home, which is in Linz, which is going to be a center of excellence, Mr. Keshe said. So if I can, and it's going to be a center of excellence for teaching, it's going to be a center of excellence for manufacturing, and probably many other positions it will assume. And as we know, the fields will be radiating out from this center and expanding. And I think there's way more to it than we're totally aware of. And after this clip, anyone who's been there, if they'd like to add what they can add within the rules of the Keshe Foundation, please feel free to come in. That is not the clip. Okay. Just double check this. Okay, I think. Nope. All right, I think I've lost that particular clip, but maybe we can go back to it here. I think it's that 119. So we're just going to move up. Sorry. Yeah, here we go. And then we'll have to come back to this one. I think we're in the right spot.
Everyone, to the 400th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, September 30th, 2021. Mr. Keshe, are you ready to begin the next part of today's workshop?
Yep, ready, willing, and able, I hope. consider that.
All right, this clip unfortunately got, I don't know why it's not on there, but it's not. So we all know about the center. There's many things that'll transpire there in the future. The Keshe Foundation is a beautiful host, but in the future, there probably won't be any food or any water, he said, there, as the fields will probably be interacting. So I want to go to the part where we find out what's basically inside this exposition. And we'll just back it up a hair more. And this is some of the developments that will be going on in here. Again, there's much, as he said at the end of this clip, I think there's much knowledge and new dimensions to learn and to share and to be part of. And you can all be part of it, and it's your choice which part, or if you want to participate in all of it, or how you want to interact with the foundation.
To the ethos of everything has to be correct. I hope in past half an hour, I open your eyes to new methods of what we call transportation, transmutation, and containment. The biggest problem for you is to contain, to be able to contain. To be able to contain the soul of physicality and the soul of the man together, that a rival one does not become free of the other and create a condition of what we call the death on this planet as we know it. The scientists of the future will have to understand this process if they're there to launch a successful trip. If at any point you lose one or the other, you will create the demise of the separation of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. It's not so all the time sweet and hunky-dory if one has not understood the process. The elevation of the fields, the gathering of the fields together to be as one is more important than trying to achieve movement, trying to achieve transportation or transmutation. Collective consciousness of the field's balance will become part of the process of the future. In so many ways, mankind will decide how many, where, and to which position in the universe will send the men of the earth for them to explore and bring back the knowledge. Not in hundreds of thousands of years, not in decades to go and come back, but more or less instantaneous. As we learned, we use the fields of the universe to reach the position of the universe. In the teaching of today, you will understand the practicality of the new technologies. What you will see, what we call as a horizontal units, as in the vertical units, which is going to be shown in the what we call the center. These systems are built as a prelude to the next extension of the dimension of the teachings. Next extension of the man to be able to travel different dimensions and positions in the universe. We will try to explain in a much deeper way how to be able to achieve position, time and place in a space without interfering or interacting between the soul of the physicality and the soul of the man. I hope many of you will enjoy coming to the lens gradually and enjoying the presence of the new technologies. Every week, every month, new systems will be added. And as we develop, and other Chinese, Iranians, the Americans, and the Brazilians and the rest develop more technologies, we'll gather all that in this center, that mankind become to understand it's the center of knowledge, it's the center of understanding about the creation of the life, and how this life will change for all of us. We never had such opportunity. Now we do, and our knowledge and understanding is part of the process of gathering more from the interaction of the fields of the universe that creates for us a new dimension of understanding about the Creator. In the new exhibition center, when you come in, don't look at the systems anymore. Look beyond what the systems can deliver. What are the opportunities that man has been given and needs to expand to understand? In the past 3-4 weeks, we tried to build everything towards this point, that once you come to the center, once you see the systems, entices you. It's sow the seeds of the development within you that brings you an enlightenment that you might be able to create another condition of the what we call existence. What you might take from it and what you might bring from it to add to it, to expand it and to enjoy it. In these new exhibition centers, we do our best to create the condition of what's then. What else can I develop with? What are the options? We try to do it this way that we stop the copycat business, that there's one there we have to copy. Do not copy, extend it, add to it, and see how you might be able to contribute towards the betterment of the human race in deeper space. How do we go from the soul of physicality to the soul of man? In existence, in the exhibition center, you will see these two. They'll be set in a specific way because this is the horizontal people. And this is the vertical people. And the mankind has swung between the two. And with that in process will create a new dimension of life, new intelligence, new understanding, new process of adding to the knowledge of man in the depth of space. We encourage you to look at new angles in creating new conditions and creating an understanding of the totality of the system. I hope I open your eyes to another new dimension on the 400 teaching, that you will understand there's a lot to come. There's a lot to learn and there's a lot to be shared. Are there any questions? Or I'm going too far for you to catch up, that it become to be ignored as it's not understood?
Okay, so there's going to be a lot of interaction with the fields in the universe to arrive at the position in the universe. I have a sense that in some of these systems, as he said, we've given you the choice now. If you'd like to travel with the physicality in the UFO, no problem. If you want to travel in the other dimension, that's no problem as well. And I just have a sense that when you travel in the soul dimension, as there's no physicality and there's no need for moving anything, you're just going to be interacting with the field. So I think you can go to many places and almost like have an active dream you're actually there on the field level, but your physicality hasn't moved at all. And you can spend some time there and bring back some of the knowledge that you've gathered, depending on how much time you spent there, back to this planet and share it and develop it here as well. So that's one of the ways I think we are going to move, if that's the choice that you make and your soul allows you to move that way. So there's many, many exciting things going on in this center, and there's multiple centers being set up around the world right now, and there'll be more and more. Knowledge seekers will be coming and sharing, and strangers will be enticed to see these systems and want to explain more. If there's anyone here who's been to Linz and they'd like to share something, or their sense of what they felt, or if they've been around the center, don't reveal anything we're not supposed to, but any impressions or thoughts or senses you've gotten from being in or around the center. And I haven't been there. I don't know if anyone else here. Last Saturday, I believe, was the opening. So there were some close knowledge seekers there and some others on research teams and so on. Would anyone like to share what they felt or sensed or experienced? Okay, maybe perhaps no one, but we can all imagine what's going on there as we saw the Linz exposition. And we've had quite a tour of it through Dean, and he showed us around and the units and the Ganses and the reactors and different things, but everyone seemed to have a beautiful impression. Okay, says he was there. Would you like to share what you can within the limits and the requests of the Keshe Foundation? Okay.
Just give me 1 minute, please.
No problem.
I just need to get to a more appropriate room.
Right. And our next clip is going to be about the farming, where we saw when Lynn worked with a few farmers, and a beautiful program is developing in China, which I believe will be expanded. And there's probably other countries who have this system in test, including Iran. We did see the rice, I think, reaching very large proportions, and food security for the nations and security for the farmers financially will probably be continuing on. I don't think everyone will feed off the fields, but again, it'll be your choice. As he said before, you can feed off the fields, but if you want the pleasure of eating in the physicality, that'll be your choice. And that's one of the reasons we came here, was to enjoy the physicality. But I think we're moving into a different dimension where we're seeing food as sort of an antiquated way of getting this energy into our body. And we know some of the ramifications that it carries, especially taking another soul to maintain your soul structure. So there's a lot. Kay, please share with us, if you can, your impressions, or no pictures, please, and nothing you're not supposed to reveal.
I won't be able to share anything, Enya, because I do not know how to share, even if I did have any. Not much can be shared, because not everything can be shared. I can give you a few things, so to speak. Few things which were supposed to happen, unfortunately, didn't happen. One of the most important aspects for this shortcoming was Mr. Keshe not feeling well at all. Few days prior to the exhibition or the conference, he fell ill, and he's been working very hard to find out what was going on. Couldn't find an answer for his illness. He had very bad, what appeared to be a very bad cold, and he was short of breath. And his conference were held very, very short on the first day, and the second day almost non-existent, maybe half an hour, 45 minutes. Almond covered for him on the second day. But in terms of the atmosphere in the exhibition, it's a very nice place. Obviously, a lot more work needs to be done. A lot of work has been carried out behind the scene that, escaped our eyes. We were not there to see. The place has been run down, obviously, and they had to bring it up to scratch. So they have done a lot of work to make it presentable. They've had a lot of things on display. The usual thing which was on the previous Linz exhibition, it was all on display. Obviously, then there was a couple of more items, such as vertical enhancement, as well as a new horizontal enhancement unit. When the explanation was taking place, I think the things that started around about 10:30. We've had difficulties to get to Linz because I had to drive there. If I was to go by plane, it would have meant that I had to do quarantine for 10 days. So I decided to drive there. And then driving, we had a bit of a problem, the French side. So we were running maybe 10, 11 hours late getting there. So when they were explaining a lot of, about the horizontal and vertical and other stuff, I wasn't available there. I came there around about 1 o'clock. Me and Herx got there around 1 o'clock. In any case, but the presentation of the vertical and new horizontal unit, the explanation was such that what we've heard, what Mr. Keshe was already explaining before on the knowledge seekers workshop. I think the horizontal unit was extremely successful in terms of what it was set out to do. I think a patient had a very bad case of cancer, and within few hours the cancer was removed. The doctor who was the patient's doctor could not believe it, and he actually wanted to open up the place, the area where the cancer was present, and to see what happened to the cancer. He couldn't believe that the cancer has vanished. There was no reason for him to believe the cancer is not there. That's why he wanted to investigate to see if the cancer is gone or the cancer is there. So he couldn't believe his eyes, even though he could see it with the same instrument that they have ascertained that the cancer existed and so forth. When they've realized that the cancer doesn't exist, he thought there's something wrong. The same, the trust on the same instrument, or but managed. Anyhow, so the horizontal, new horizontal unit is very, very successful, and things are, they work very fast, and the loading of the reactors are done very clever way and very easy. Well, when I say easy, it's much quicker, and it is more focused in terms of you don't have to have too many reactors. So many reactors are all entangled in one, and so it makes it very, very versatile and very quick to load up, and you get results very quick as well. This is going to be part of the original enhancement spaceship unit, the body enhancement unit, the spaceship, and the new vertical unit. Obviously, we heard a lot about that as well. We did not see the demonstration of it, but what I heard, and also I spoke to the person Klaus, who's behind this, who's brought it about. I think it was almost complete. He has carried out the experiment to a smaller scale. There's just a little bit more touch-up to do, which Mr. Keshe is supposed to do, the final touch-up, where they would be able to bring it to display very soon. A few things which were supposed to take place is not going to take place. It didn't take place, and it will take place very soon. I think sometimes in January, November to January. The atmosphere itself was very nice. We've had people coming, make an effort to come from, they came from Russia, Moldova, Romania, as well as Bulgaria. Obviously, some came from America and Bangladesh, and we came from London. So people were all very happy. They were all exchanging a lot of ideas and information. The atmosphere was nice, very energetic. The first day that I went there, really and truly from Thursday night that I slept. So Friday night, I slept 4 hours, set out from London 6 in the morning, and we were supposed to get to Linz at around about midnight. The hotel was booked for midnight. And because of the problem with the passport control officers, the thing with French passport control officers at Dover, we were supposed to get a sea ferry. So we got badly delayed and hours gone by. We eventually came with the Eurotunnel, the Le Châtel. So we did ferries with the train, as they were much better and more receptive. So we could go across to France and then from there just drive straight to Linz. So I didn't sleep Friday night as well. So you could say for a period of 48 hours, I slept roughly in all 6 hours. And there was untold amount of driving, maybe 17, 18 hours of driving non-stop more or less. But when I got to Linz, didn't have opportunity to go to Hotel Afshar because we were already running late by 3 hours. Mr. Keshe was waiting for us. And we just quickly changed in the exhibition. When we were sitting in the conference hall, I have to tell you, I was really dozing off before we got to the Linz exhibition, and my eyeball was hurting. I was telling her, so my eyeball really hurts. Driving, concentrating, focusing, and doing, as fast as we could, so we could get there quicker. And I was so shattered and tired, one can imagine. But while the conference just started, when we went downstairs in the conference hall, I have to tell you, there was so much energy there, and the whole sleeping, the tiredness is all jumped out of me. And I was so active up until that night. I slept around about 1 o'clock, up until 12 o'clock when me and Herx and the group from the Romania, we were together and having chit chat and so forth. Up until 12 o'clock, I was so energetic. And yet, just before I got to the exhibition, I was almost naked and no energy whatsoever, and I was dying for a sleep, as you can just imagine. The stress was so much when we were trying to come across from UK to France, and then from France drives through to Linz. So there was a lot of energy taken there, and the fact that we could miss the opportunity to get to the exhibition and so forth, and dragged on and on and on, being bounced between the sea ferry to the train ferry. So too much energy is gone. But it was so surprising that the first day that I was in a conference, the energy was so much. Honestly, I felt as if I was 25 years of age. But the second day, I didn't have the same effect, even though I was still tired, because the first night that we only slept, I slept most probably 6 hours, even though I was lacking quite a lot of sleep for the previous 48 hours. The second day, I didn't have as much energy as I did the very first day that I got in the conference. As a whole, a lot of people were there. We met a few new faces. One of the things we've done was the mixture of all of our ganses. So few of us brought their ganses. I always take my gans with me. Cup one, we brought gans and plasma water with it, and we mixed our gans and plasma water of cup one with one which Russians have left with a very big cup, quite a big cup. But you could easily say you could put 7, 8, 10 liter of water in that big cup. And they've had their own cup ones of GANs and plasma water in there. So a group of us, maybe a dozen of us, we added our own GANs in there. So we made more or less a global GANs interaction, so to speak, on that one cup. And at the end, they mixed all the GANs and plasma water together, and they were kind enough to give us all a small bottle of maybe 75 ml or 100 ml of these GANs with the plasma water, so that we can add it to our own GANs when you go back. And when you spray for the peace dome, we will have more of interaction globally from one point. So all of our intention and all of our GANs from all over the world is mixed in this particular mixture. So that was a very good thought an idea, and then I brought it back and I added to my own GANs, which I put it for Peace Stone, and others were doing the same too. So in all, it was very nice. It wasn't exactly the way it was planned, as I said, mainly because of Mr. Keshe health situation. But it was very exciting. It well worth the journey and the duress that we had to go through. And hopefully, I think on January, most probably, new things will be shown. And I'll do anything to be there for January as well. But this time I think I'll get a plane. I'll have to sort out a plane some sort. It gets too much problem. The French don't like British anymore. We're out of EU and they do everything to stop us to go through their territory, so to speak, for no reason whatsoever. But that's beside the point. But yes, it was very nice. I wish everybody, all other knowledge seekers could be there. Obviously, Azar was there, and I think who else was there from America? I think there was just Azar was there, and a couple of others. I think Ketan was there, I believe. I'm not sure. And yeah, I've forgotten the gentleman from Bangladesh. He was there as well. I forgot his name. He was there.
Yes.
I would have loved Jalal to be there, but Jalal didn't manage to come.
I am here.
Sorry.
I am here.
I know you're here. I wish you were there, Linz.
I was with you guys, with myself.
Yes,
of course you were.
Thanks.
All of you. Yeah, Moshfek was there. God bless. Yes.
Moshfek and Armin and Daria.
Yeah, Armin was there. He's done. He actually made up for Mr. Keshe's second day's conference. Mr. Keshe couldn't really contribute at all. Maybe second day he only managed to talk half an hour maximum, and that's it. Yeah, Armin done a great job. He taught key things, things that Mr. Keshe normally teaches, maybe something to do with the Maghraf, not in so many words, but the structure was there, and then he delved into it with more details and, you know, broke it down a little bit more and opened it up a little bit more, if you could catch it. But yeah, he's done very well. I think he was teaching for 2.5 hours. And that was a very good session. Apart from that, the team there were very nice. They worked really hard. They've taken care of us. We were there. And they've had some people from a clinic to give us antigen tests, so we didn't have to be bothered to look around or whatever. It was all done, you know, locally there, just inside the exhibition. And yes, it was really nice. Just wish there were more people they could come. Obviously, with this COVID, it's really difficult to travel, and you know they're putting more restriction everywhere. And when I came back, we were supposed to only stay 2 days and have a day 2 test and just, you know, be free. But unfortunately, just before we come back, they've changed it now. So now we don't have green light and amber light. Now we only got red light and the rest of the world. So they now broke it down to 2 categories in Britain, unfortunately, UK, and it makes it really difficult. So Linz or Austria, which was in a green light system, which would have meant we only come back here without anything, just with the day 2 PCR test, and it would have been okay if it was negative. You can go back to your life. Now they do 10 days self-isolation. Unfortunately, because now it goes on the category of the rest of the world. So it makes it very difficult. Nobody can freely travel and, you know, benefit from these exhibitions and these conferences, albeit even if you were to go and, you know, partake in 2 or 3 lessons and each them 1 or 2 hours, they are really valuable because it's a life lesson and lots of things will be said and covered, which you normally wouldn't really hear on the on the workshop as such. But perhaps we will get over this mess of this coronavirus mayhem, and more knowledge seeker can get together more or less at appropriate time when it is announced, and more knowledge seeker can get together under one roof at the same time, so to speak, and more engagement, more information can be exchanged, and a different dynamic altogether can be experienced. And I wish that will happen very soon, hoping that it will, and I'm sure it will. Other than that, I don't have a lot to tell you about that day, but other than it was very, very nice. It was pleasant. It was a pleasure to be there. Just wish it could be a little bit more, even though we were there 4 days, but just wish the conference was a bit longer. But next time round, God bless you all.
Thank you very much for some of that. I see Azar has her mic open. Maybe she'd like to add. I was wondering, Kay.
Yes.
When just a minute, Azar, if you could. Thank you, dear. When you left, what was the impression in your mind or in your senses when you got back? Were you wishing you could be back there and maybe stay there for a longer period of time? Or how strong was that sense that you were linked to that exposition or exhibition, that you're part of it, which we know you are? But what did these thoughts continue in your mind? Did you have strong senses about it? It was beautiful to hear how the fields or the energy just kept you awake. And I was thinking about space. You're getting a taste of what that was like. And sorry for all that inconvenience. I know driving and concentrating for 18 hours is very energy draining. But beautiful what you've put forth here, Kate. Please go ahead, Kate.
Yes, thank you. No, well, you don't have to be sorry. God bless you. I mean, you had nothing to do with it. It's just the era that we're living in. Certainly, day one, where I was extremely shattered. It's almost, if you think like, honestly, this is no exaggeration, I was feeling exactly like as if I have had back-to-back straight football match, international football match, maybe 5 games in a row or maybe 7 games in a row. That's how shattered and knackered I was when I got actually to the exhibition, and I didn't have time to shower, close up, or even shave. So when I went there, after half an hour, we went downstairs, I was so refreshed. I mean, that has definitely made a very long-lasting impression on me. How much energy was there, at least I felt it, I received it. And I said that to the groups that we were with the Romanians. Babu was there, and Marius, and also Hex, who came with me. I told them how much I was so fresh. It's unbelievable. And you would have expected that I would have slept. I would have been fast asleep at least when I got back to where the Romanian team were. I would just sleep there as I'm talking to them. But no, I carried on and got on with my life, speaking, chit-chatting, and so forth, and then slept around about 1 a.m. So the energy was extremely high. And I definitely, I wanted to stay longer there. And even though the exhibition had to shut down on Wednesday because the people who were working there, the team who were working, the fantastic team, they worked very hard to put everything together. Dean would tell you anyhow, because he's just there. They had to, Mr. Keshe gave them a few days rest until Monday. So even though it was shut to public, but even though certain team member would have been inside the exhibition together with their daily work, such as Klaus and others, but those who's really put a lot of work to put the exhibition together, to bring it to a standard where they could open it up for the conference, they really took it them toll, and their toll, and they put a lot of effort. So they were tired. I was speaking. I never managed to see Mr. Keshe privately because of his illness. But I was telling Klaus and a couple of others that soon I'll be back in here, and if Mr. Keshe doesn't mind, I shall be volunteering to stay in Linz and learn some of the nitty-gritty bits, if it's possible, in terms of plasma. When the wellness center gets open in London, I need to be on top of certain aspect of this knowledge or this technology myself. So that requires me to be as close as possible to Lynn. So I thought maybe I can come, a few days in a week, go back, maybe then 3 or 4 weeks again, come there a few days a week, and then go back to my family and my life in London until I build a foundation where I can, where I've got, in-depth knowledge, good enough in-depth knowledge, far more than what I already have, which is very little, so that I could manage the wellness center in terms of plasma. Yes, definitely. That has been actually something that I've been contemplating for quite a while, but I need to confer with Mr. Keshe and see if the opportunity arises where I could enlighten myself with a little bit more insight. I'm sure everybody who goes there, they would want to stay there, but life is such that at the time you can't just be free and do what you like, where it suits you for a purpose that you're setting foot out. But if Mr. Keshe give me the green light that I can learn something from Linz itself, I'll definitely make my way there. And a few days a week, I can go there, maybe 5, 6, 7 days a month, go there for a few months, and bring myself up to scratch. And that would be definitely something I would really, really desire and look forward to do. And yeah, I'm sure all of you will have the same feeling. If you get there, you want to stay there because everything is happening there. Everything that Mr. Keshe talks about, more or less, most of it is just being generated there, developed there, and you're in it. You're within it, and you want to, be uplifted by this knowledge while being in there. I mean, we are obviously miles away. Mr. Keshe, religiously teaches us all the time, every week, and so forth. But being in there is entirely different because, you feel it, you touch it, it's tangible. And if you understood something and then you've forgotten or you misunderstood something, you will get, corrected there and then, or very short later, a short while later, you could correct it because there are so many people there, they can give you insight. And if you misunderstood, they can break it down for you and open it up for you more so that you understand more. It's entirely different, obviously. Yes, the desire is there. It's very strong as well. And I think I will end up doing that. I will end up going to Linz for a few days a week, for a few days a month. And maybe, I don't know, for 6 months, I do that, 7, 8 days a month. Maybe that would be enough to get me something, just create the first step or something, or the first brick, as it say, until I could then finish up the building later on in years to come. And I hope everybody will get the opportunity once at least, and if not more, to visit the center, because the feeling is not the same. It's entirely different.
Kai.
Hi.
I have extra chair here in my garage, if you like.
God bless. Don't you worry, I will eventually come and knock on your door. Trust me. I will soon come to your place, Sweden. You're in Sweden, aren't you?
Yes. Welcome to the cold, my dear.
That's okay.
It's pretty
the cold,
hot.
You can always,
yeah,
you can always wear clothes. It's not a problem. But yes, it's definitely. As they say, where there's a will, there's a way. Where there is a will, there is a way. It will happen. Sooner or later, it will happen. I just got to speak to Mr. Keshe and get a couple of things right.
Beautiful, Kay. Thank you very much. And thank you
God
for
bless.
your service to the community.
If I could, God bless.
Yes. Azar, would you like to come in for a moment? Take as much as you need.
Hello, how are you? And good afternoon to everyone. When we decided, I decided to go, we were supposed to originally have all, because of Mexico, I said almost everybody's going to get there Friday. So we all going to have dinner Friday night before the opening. But then I got the Friday, and I left a message to Mr. Keshe that I'm here in Linz. and what's the plan? And then he got back to me at 5 in the afternoon. He says, things are running a little bit late, so we have to change plan. He's going to be in the exhibition in the lab altogether because they're still setting up. He might go all the way to 1 in the morning. So he was working very hard for the past couple of weeks, non-stop with the whole team, Austrian team. The whole Austrian team were working very hard. So so the next day, I got the like 5 minutes, 10 minutes to 10 before the exhibition. He was already there with the whole team. And once they opened the door, we went in with Keshe himself. We waited because a couple of people were missing. Kavus was one of them, Armin was another one. So we waited a little bit. So finally, when most people came in, I think Kavus still was late because he was driving. He had to divert his plan to another way. Anyway, Mr. Keshe, when he gave us actually I took a movie of the exhibition, but unfortunately, I cannot show you because Mr. Keshe said until he's ready to show what is there. So the way explanation was, you see 2 sections in the exhibition. It goes from, we started the matter state. You see what the matter state is, nanocoding and everything, and go to the GANs state. Actually, there's a combination of GANs there. That Mr. Keshe also said, if you know how to mix those, get a couple of ganses there, you can fly with it. As simple as that. You don't need anything else. And then after that, we saw the everything that we have in the shop. We have the cups, we have the magnums, and then we had the air purification. Then we had the vertical unit, which has to do with the corona. You can reverse the COVID. And then we had the enhancement unit. We had the 2 enhancement units, the one for matter and one for the body enhancement. But what has changed, those 2 units right now, they're in exhibition. But Mr. Keshe said these are going to become obsolete because the new system and the reactors are no longer hanging on the wall that you can see it. They're all inside and they're very, very tiny. And then we had the horizontal unit, which is for the cancer specifically. As Kavus mentioned, they just recently had helped someone to get rid of his, I don't know if it was his or her, cancer. And then we have a teleportation machine that we're going to test it in a month, that we can teleport people. And that's another unit that Mr. Keshe actually is going to show later. But downstairs, actually, you have this is all upstairs, you have the administration. It's very nicely actually done. And downstairs, there is a place that people can sit and have discussion group, and they have a whole session that's for the conference, and they have something behind that is just for TV. And actually, it is fantastic for people who are in Europe. Actually, you can go there and you can teach from there. And actually, if I was close by, if I was living, say, in Germany or any of those countries, I would just drive there once a week and just do a teaching and just be there. And then there's a huge space they have there. They're going to open the whole factory there that is in a preparation there. And that's about it. And it was beautiful. Actually, I made a suggestion to when I went there, what has happened when you, like, for example, I met Carlos for the first time. I met Joseph for the first time. I think Andreas and the Bulgarian group, the Romanian group. I see a lot of people like Casimir was there. So when you go meet people face to face, actually, it's very nice. You create a connection, which is beautiful. And that's why I made a suggestion in the Farsi teaching yesterday. I said, wherever you are, I mean, if you have a ability and you can move. I mean, some of us could be the job or children, but I feel some of you can do it, because in Iran there is some restriction. Like, for example, if you want about I don't know, 20 people, 30 people, or whatever people you want to gather, you have to get permission. So I suggested, for them to have a small group, like in one estate. If you know each other, make it your business. Just have dinner together and sit down, talk about your findings. What you think. What is your take on this science? What is your feeling? What do you discover? What is that you think can be done? So these are the things that when we sit and face to face and talk, it brings something out of the human that connection is very sweet and is wonderful and brings hope for the future. Sometimes you feel I might, you because as you travel, I was traveling from New York to Linz, and you see you moving in a mass number of people from the airport to the plane, and then the train. As you're going, and then you see all different people, and you're wondering, there's so many people, how many of them really know about these things? And then sometimes you might say, my God, when is going to be a time these people are going to understand this? But then when you meet people and you connect with them, you see there's this hope that comes to you, which is beautiful. And each of us that was there going to the different direction, and we are just like a magnet. And then either we want it or we don't want it. It brings something out of us that makes other people to vibrate in a different direction. As Mr. Keshe says, don't look at physicality, look at beyond physicality. So as much as we don't see, but things are happening in a different way. So for me, just like, of course, as Kawa said, Mr. Keshe actually, I think because of exhaustion, he had something, he thought he had something, but he first day he was there from, I think the whole night, even he didn't sleep probably, because they were working until I think 1, 2 a.m. And then in the morning when we went there, he was already there. So he was there until like 5 o'clock. So the next day I called him and I said, Mr. Keshe, how are you feeling? He said, you should be there at 10 o'clock. And I said, if you don't, if you need more time, maybe we can manage because Alman is there and we can manage. And he said, okay, let's see what happens. So he came in the afternoon and we had Alman gave a lecture and we had Mr. Keshe came and we sat and then he spoke about 1 hour. And then he left. It was about 5, 6 o'clock. So we had, and then all of us at the end that night, Sunday night, we had a good dinner together, all of us, which was fantastic. We all got together at the restaurant with a big table, and the food was good and company was good. And and I suggest to everybody, if you can, especially if you're Europe, it's easier for you guys. Just go, because traveling from here to there, it wasn't a problem for me because I'm going to Austria. They need either you're going to be if you're going for business, they need if you're not vaccinated, they want a PCR test. So when I got to Vienna, the passport control, they asked me for vaccine. I said I don't have it. So they said go in this direction. So I went there. There was a kind of an army guy. He says, where is your blue paper? Because apparently when you have a vaccination, they give you a blue paper and then you give the blue paper to this army guy and then let you go. But then I told the guy, I don't have a blue paper. He says, go to this way. So I went to this, the other direction. There was another army guy. He says, what are you here for? I said, I have my PCR test and I'm here for a conference. He says, show me your invitation for the conference. And I show him my invitation from Linz, and then he said, okay, you can go. So it was very easy. And then when we got to the center, my PCR test was okay until I did it on Wednesday. So it was okay until Saturday morning. So they did a 1-day antigen test for Saturday. And the next day, they called the pharmacy to come in to do a more extensive test, which was for our flight, which I was flying back on Monday. And it was pretty much straightforward. But I wish I had made my flight maybe a day later, so could be in Linz for another day, because my flight was 9:25 in the morning, and I had to wake up 2 in the morning and then make my journey as early as 2 in the morning to get a train to get Vienna to catch my flight at 9:25 a.m. And that was my journey. Thank you so much for listening.
Very beautiful, both you and Kay. And as Mr. Keshe said, if you're going there to take something, you're going to get nothing. But if you're going there to serve, and this will be opportunities, I think, for all of us and to shine, you're going to receive a lot. So we can all go there, participate in the conference, but yet we're really there to help the others and to maybe show them around the exposition and just to be there to serve, not so much about what you're going to get. You'll receive later, I'm sure, but it sounds like a very magnetical place, and it has a lot of fields, as we heard, the stronger feeding the weaker. As Kay needed that energy, he received it. So very beautiful demonstration right there. And thank you, Azar, for making the journey and informing us about some of the things you were able to share.
Thank you.
And of course, I didn't mention, I apologize, the KF television. It's not only an exhibition center, it's not only manufacturing, but it's also the not only teaching, it's also a television station or headquarters of the KF TV at this point in time. And I'm sure there's going to be many, many more things like laboratories and probably growing of plants and different things. And it's just going to be a beautiful place to be. I sense that you could almost, if you had no other obligations, just stay there for as long as you needed to. And then, of course, go out and do more work and reproduce and replicate this in your own town or city or just in your family. So very beautiful. The plasma wind is certainly moving around Linz. Anyone else before we go to, well, I did have another clip, but I think Alex, sorry, we got a little backed up here, but it was great to hear reports, live reports. Thank you, Azar, and thank you, Kay.
God bless.
Okay, and now, unless somebody would like to add something else, I don't like it if everybody keeps their microphones closed, but if you wanted to add something before Alex came in, please feel free to do that. Very good. As more of us go, we'll have more stories. And as Mr. Keshe said, they will be releasing some videos and some other things directly from the foundation, and then we'll be able to see more. But it's a work in progress, as we all are. So I want to welcome Alex Skorik for joining us today and continuing to share knowledge of how the universe actually works. So Alex, if you're ready, I can play the disclaimer, and if that's what you'd like, and we can go right into it.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'll stand by.
And of course, these systems that are, he was talking about, you know, certain things, and but you have a vision enhancement system, you have a fracture unit, you have a brain rebuilding system, we have a RAIN system, we have the vertical unit, the horizontal unit, all these things. It's just so amazing. And I was thinking, for example, the fracture unit or some of these other units that he showed about collecting plasmas of hydrogen at a certain speed and things. And I'm thinking some of these plasmas are probably within some of these systems that are available to you in the Keshe Foundation store. And this is one of the reasons that it works so well, is that this technology using the hydrogen, which Joel carries a lot of knowledge on hydrogen, and I don't have very much at all, but I'm thinking he's already started. As he said, I've been playing with this for a long time. So I think some of those technologies are embedded, and that's just my sense, into the, let's say, the sweet cup or the vision enhancement or the the fracture unit, the brain. I think this is the way it's going, unbeknownst to us. And so thank you very much for listening. And thank you, Alex, for coming in. Hopefully we kept your attention. I'm going to play the disclaimer again. Let me just, it comes in a little bit loud, so we're going to bring the volume down in here, and then we'll go ahead with it.
Of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now again, it's an honor and a privilege to be with you, Alex, and to listen to your teaching. And as we all know, we all serve and teach and share in different ways and in different positions. So I just want to encourage you all that it is the right thing to do to share this technology, because for the most part, there aren't many who are going to discover it on their own. So it's up to us to open a new dimension, and these systems will support us in our work as well. So thank you, Alex, for joining us today, and please feel free to go right into it.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. I'd just like to add one more thing before we get into it, and that is that these presentations, although they're public, that they are part of the Keshe Foundation, and there is no pressure to put them on YouTube. So however it gets on YouTube, please be advised that you're doing that of your own volition. YouTube has announced some kind of restrictions, and I think we're all aware of those. So please take this under advisement and understand that these are the conditions for today in our tiny little perfect universe. And I want to welcome all the representatives of the various TV networks in the Keshe Foundation. So this is, yes, a North American team meeting, but we have representation from the vast international community. And we are very grateful and honored to be able to be allowed to make these presentations. One of the things that I'm very happy about is that we're starting to see the fruit growing on the trees. And there's no finer example than in Brazil. And the powerful team that is working down there, being led by Rafael. And when I say powerful team, I think it's in the thousands. So that is a shining light to guide us. It is not the largest team, but it is working under very difficult conditions, and the success is astounding, and it all comes from the teaching. As such, the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute would like to make this presentation on plasma science, The classes are known as Basic Knowing, and the subject today is biology. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It's October the 9th, 2021. And this is a presentation of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. As you can see, that includes, of course, Canada, US, and Mexico. And the North American schedule, as you can see, is in what we call Basic Knowing. Now, how is the Basic Knowing different from the basic teaching? So we had to learn about basic concepts. So there are terminologies and concepts that we had to become familiar with. Every kind of vocation has its own lingo. So even rap stars have their own lingo. So we have our own lingo. Just the difference is that our lingo is not fashionable. Our lingo is scientific. And once we learn that lingo, then we could get into a little bit more intermediate teaching for those who wanted to know. And then we moved into advanced teaching. And that basic teaching was the first set of about 21 classes. Then we got into basic understanding. So now we want to see, what is this basic knowledge of the plasma science and how is it working? And we went through a whole host of things that we're familiar with. And the reason we did this was because there are thousands and thousands of hours in our archives, and we have thousands of people who are totally unaware. And as knowledgeable as we are always struggling to express ourselves in such a way that newcomers can understand. And it's very important to be a teacher, is you have to understand it yourself. And so we went on a course of understanding, basic still understanding, and we had intermediate understanding and advanced understanding. When we completed that package, now we run into a real dilemma, because the Keshe Foundation has been moving ahead extremely rapidly. So things haven't been standing still. In fact, we have been standing still. And now that we're in the 21st month of our pandemic situation, we're seeing the fallout that is coming from the effects of, shall we say, putting on the brakes. But there has been no putting on the brakes. Things are moving ahead, and newcomers are still coming. And this is a real challenge. How do we convey to the newcomers this information in such a manner that it makes sense to them? And do we have the time to go through the thousands of hours of teaching? And so I've been going through a whole series here of discussing known subjects of academia. And what we want to find out is to understand what is the difference between the plasma science and the conventional science. And the reason this has become quite important is because we've had an inability to communicate with the youth. And it's not entirely our problem. It is our problem in terms of having to deal with it, but it's not our problem in terms of having created it. The educational system that we have has created it, the social structure that we have, the social pressure, and of course, the social media. And this media has become a substitute for education. So it becomes quite an interesting challenge. How come I probably have gone through an enormous amount of education in the last 6 years, and I find that our youth has not in that same time period. And they've had the same access that I have had. And so it started at a point where I wasn't very proficient with the computer presentations, but in this period of time, I've gotten a lot better. And you keep doing things, you get better. And this is the whole point. All of us need to keep doing these things to get better. And we can review it and review it and review it. And every time we look at it, it's like looking in the mirror day after day after day, and you see the change. So these are the things we want to emphasize. What are the changes? And when we see that the changes are, then we can know where to go. And what we want to do is we want to cross that bridge. We want to cross it quickly, effectively, and totally, because our system is broken. And that's what we're going to review. So we've reviewed physics, chemistry, and botany. And where we left off with botany was a very interesting subject. Had to do a lot with classification. And now we found that there were things missing. So today we're just going to have a look at biology. So please remember that we are looking at the long term. How do we convey this information to the new students? Each and every one of us can do this in our own way. We don't have to be in class. Some of us should be in class to teach. We have tremendous skills. In this audience today are some phenomenal talents. And so we try and arm them as much as we can. And they are also self-sufficient to be able to do the same thing. So I'm going on and on this because, you know what, we have already crossed the bridge. It's just a matter of looking at the bridge on the other side and saying, hey guys, it's time to cross over. So there's a new word in the vernacular, hesitancy. So we are knowledge hesitant. We started with terminology. Magnetical gravitational was the basis. And we discovered that in physics, when we break down the atom, that we now also have a monatomic structure. We have an atomic structure and a monatomic structure. And we discovered products like nano and GANs. And we seen that there are different energy states. And the words that are coming out in the next couple of weeks that we're going to focus on is what we call a gradient charge. And this is the dynamism that kind of is the backbone of everything. And we don't know where that comes from. So we have these various subjects that we're looking at to try and figure that out. And all of these subjects of plasma are natural. And that's a very key point, because energy is always in motion, going through various dimensions and geometries, and it has a dynamic condition. And so we've recognized that there is a body condition, and there's a mental condition, and there's a governance, and there's a transformation of energy from somewhere to something. And we are in a transport vehicle right here, right now. So we're looking at how do we go from here to there, and excuse me, and okay. And we see that we have products like the sun, the moon, the earth, and then we have ourselves and all the biodiversity on this planet. And what is the independent variable that makes this happen, right? That's what we want to figure out. So, a moment, please. So, the purpose of building bridges. Obviously, connecting 2 points, then be able to go from here to there. So we started with terminology, got into understanding. Now we have a knowing, and we need this knowing because we don't have time to know about the details. The details of the knowledge are part of the connection, but we don't have time to know all the details. And what we have to know is the basics, and the basics have to do with the difference between matter plasmas. And matter plasmas can be physical and they can be plasmatic. And the difference has to do with the tactilness. Physically, we can touch it and see it. Plasmatically, we can't, but we can sense it. And so science has to recognize that this is another form of verification and validation. But we are preoccupied with the materialism. And that materialism is a manifestation of the physicality. To manifest physicality, that is a process of nuclear decay. And so we understand that in our science. So it is the process of the gravitational transition of reality, the gravitational transition of reality. And in effect, we start to then substitute other kinds of realities, such as the pursuit of money. And that reality becomes a proxy. And that those proxies end up limiting us. So really, we are over-focused on the pursuit of our limitations. And so one of the purposes of these classes is to figure out where these limitations are and how can we cross over through these limitations, because in plasma science, there are no limitations. So we're all very good detectives, and we like to look at the clues, and when we find them, then examine them, and then we make hypotheses. And of course, the forever seeing is believing. These are all limiting the possibilities, because we all know that eye is in the beauty of the beholder. So, or beauty is in the eye of the beholder. We get confused sometimes. So that's why we ask the questions. And then we find that why is not the question, why is the answer? Because you know why? Because it's there. What we don't know is what caused it to be there. That's what we're looking for. And so we already know the answer. It's the lack of evidence is the evidence. And that we have to recognize. And is it a murder mystery? No, no. You can't be born to a place if it doesn't already exist. So the earth existed before you. There's a sequence. And the earth has its own biology and has derived that by creating energy paths. So energy comes in and energy goes out. But in order to maintain it, it has to go around. If it can't be maintained, it may just go right on through. And we won't even know that that energy is there. So all of this is attraction and repulsion, what we call the magnetical gravitational forces. And we, as magravs, we are emitting energy and we are absorbing energy. So the earth likewise is emitting and absorbing energy. So the magrav condition is between that of the ground and the sky, which we call the magnetosphere. How we exchange energy, how much we exchange energy that's called the rate. So the rate of exchange of energy is all determined by susceptibility. And the rate of exchange of energy, which is the gradient charge, and that is determined by the charge gradient. So this is what we are looking for, because we have created the cups of life, but now we've stepped into a new universe. And finally, we can understand that within our own capability, we have created our own extremely dynamic plasma reactor. And so when we produced the GANs, and we produced it from something, but it seems like it came from nowhere. But something is always something, as opposed to being something else. And if it came from nowhere, and we produced the GANs in a rotating field, and then on the picture on the right-hand side, in the middle of the GANs, there's a hole. So from nothing, we created something, and then from something, we created nothing. It may sound like double talk, but we need to sort it out. Okay, we need to sort it out. That's why there's a right hand, there's a left hand. The right hand is on the right side, the left hand is on the left side. We need to sort it out. We cannot abdicate our knowledge of this. But what we also cannot abdicate is our understanding of the universal order of creation of matters. You know, if the earth was here before we arrived, and then we arrived, where did we come from? And then how do we get here? So the first thing we wanted to do was to create the earth. And then creating the earth, we wanted to create ourselves. Okay, so that's the creation of matter. And we matter. But there's a point that we came from, and there's a connection between these points. And how was that? So that was described in book number 2, The Structure of Life. And then we find, well, things break up. Okay, so that's one concept, but that concept is the origin of the universe. So where one divides into two. And so we find that when things come together, they are more than the sum of the parts. So this is kind of confusing. The creation of the universe is created as totality. And this totality comes together from energy. But because energy is always in motion, we have to give it a charge. That's what a charge is. A charge is the definition of energy in motion. And we create a basic structure called a maggrav, which is formed from matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And we repeat this in all of these classes because it's just fundamental. It's very easy to discuss. And then you take two magravs and connect them together, and you see that there's an exchange of energy. So why is there an exchange of energy? And what is going on then? And we're creating a principal matter. So the energy is coming, what we call PM ticks. These are rays of energy in the universe. And together they come together and they create a force field interaction. And we said in the past, a common denominator, not the lowest common denominator. A common denominator creates this interaction, creates a maggrav. That is the essence of creation. So what is our point of view with respect to this, and how much does it matter to us? So as you can see in our life today, it's extremely important. So depending on how each individually wishes to learn, how much each individual wishes to explore, the basic rule is attraction and repulsion. So you have a fascination with a certain kind of business, that's an attraction. You have a dislike of another business, that's repulsion. So whatever you're doing, there's always an attraction and repulsion involved. So whether you are involved in plasma science or not, you are involved in plasma science, which means that you have a capability of creating, or you have a capability of decaying. But when we say creation and when we say decay, it has to come from a point, and that point is a maggrav. So when we look at the plasma science, we have to see that it is over and above the maggrav condition. So it becomes a maggrav plus a magnetical force, or a maggrav plus a gravitational force. So, and understand that this is a two-way street. So we are constantly emitting, which is magnetical, and we are absorbing, which is gravitational. So whatever we emit is what we are creating, and whatever we absorb is whatever we call loosely as decay, because that's what we're doing, isn't it? When we eat food, for instance, we take a living organism such as a carrot and we eat it. So this is a form of decay. But this is a natural process on this planet. And what happens in this process of nuclear decay, and it is nuclear decay, it's the same model, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's a carrot or it's a sun or it's an atom. A neutron splits up into an electron-proton combination. And in the course of that split up, there's a release of the PM-TIC. So now you have another ray. So you have the creation of a ray and you have the decay of a neutron. So you have creation and decay always happening simultaneously. And this is the essence of plasma science. This is where it's different from the physical science. So we see that whether it's a creation or a decay, it's always coming from some point. So if we have a creation, it stems from a decay, and so the creation becomes the residue. But if we have a creation through decay, then the decay becomes the residue. There is no garbage, you see. There is no garbage, and there is no a way to throw it. All of this is to emphasize the connection. So we have the PM-TICs coming through the atmosphere, whatever that is, whether it's a space atmosphere or Earth atmosphere. So this is a magnetical effect. Then we have the gravitational combination of the three dimensions, X, Y, and Z, right? So we have the x-axis of rotation, the y-axis of transition through the poles, and the z-axis of the field strength. And how big is it? I don't know. How big is large? You always have to have some kind of relationship. And when you have this relationship and then you make the connection, and then all of a sudden you have the knowing and you say, hey, you know, I didn't have to go to school to do that. That's right. You just made a transition. And that transition is basically emphasized here, where we have the PM-TICs, which are actually energy parceling units. Energy parceling units. So they themselves have all of the elements within, all of the essences within for that creation. And when these common denominators, as I say, not the lowest common denominators, come together, when they diverge all over and they meet up with others, then they begin the convergence process. So we create a force field made of antimatter, which is the principal matter, dark matter, which is the transition matter, and then the matter, which is the convergence matter, and the combination of these three create the plasma. And it is this plasma then that does the conversion process. Conversion with what? Well, first of all, with itself, it creates a gravitational condition, and then it has a field interaction with wherever it is. And so that is the inertia. So we understand better our terminologies and how they impact. So what we're saying is that the attraction and repulsion forces are the bases of the gravitational magnetical forces. And they represent a convergence of energies or a divergence of energies, but there are independent variables. Independent variables in an interdependent universe. And if the universe is independent, can it really be a universe? Just asking. So we look at the cups of life, and I want to review this because this is the Keshe Foundation. And this is how we, as basic knowledge seekers, all have the capability of not only protecting ourselves during the pandemic, but protecting our neighbors. You know, healthy neighbor is a healthy community. And so we all need to do that. So these are the cups of life. And so we look at it, we take physical zinc and copper and nanocoat it, and we create a magnetical gravitational field. And then we take a second cup with a physical copper and a nanocoated copper, we create the same thing, a magnetical gravitational field. So, and we can actually put these cups side by side and create a field. But if we're using them for the pandemic, then keep them at least a meter apart, okay? Because each field has its own individual purpose, which we've talked about many times. And now we found that the rate of success with this can be dropped down to hours. So the purpose of the cups of man is to assist us in our relationship with ourselves. So they're called the cups of man, because what are we? We are a combination of the emotional and physical context. And so that has a maggrav condition, which is a balance between the magnetical gravitational field. It is at this point that we can have a soul come in, because you have to have, like you say, you want to come somewhere, it has to be there first. So each of these cups has the maggrav condition. Each of these cups then derives a soul. The combination of the three cups, now that we've introduced the cup of soul, has a soul, so that the three, the combination, work as a unit. So you can't see them apart, see them as a field. This is what we're looking now. The future is looking like this. Look at the field that is being generated. If you understand what the components are, you can do it through a physical discernment. But there are other ways and means of detecting this. We said that already. You can sense it. So you have to have that trust. And you have to have some kind of field of reference. So when we did the cup of inertia, we introduced nanocoated copper, and we had a magnetical gravitational field. And then we had the cup of the earth. We introduced a new component, the nanocoated iron coil. So we had a nanocoated zinc and we had a nanocoated copper. Oh, three different elements, but we still created the magnetical gravitational field. So the point is, when you look at the earth and what's going on inside the earth, do you really know what's going inside the earth? And so one of the products that we have produced are ceramic cups of life with the GANS material infused in. And we have a cup of sweet, we have a cup of pressure, we have a cup of life. And we've been trying these, and it's astounding the success we have. You just basically pour water that you have into the cup, let it sit for 30 minutes, and then drink it basically morning, noon, and night, and then also before you go to bed. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for this sequence. So the point is, you don't know by looking at the cup really what's kind of GANS is in there. But is it the same GANS? Well, what does it mean to be the same? So there are a lot of things that can affect the differences. So even something as much as like quantity, percentage of ratios and field strengths. But when you look at the teacup or when you look at the ceramic cup of life, if you don't know about plasma science, it's all the same stuff to you. So we're on the verge of unchaining ourselves, because in physicality, the way the atoms work together is they link up, but they do the same thing in the plasma science. It's just that each of them is monatomic, and this gives them added capability. So when we put all these cups together as a single unit, they are doing the same thing, and they create, each of them, a magnetical gravitational field with a soul, and collectively all of them come together and do exactly the same thing. Today's topic is biology. And what I wanted to add on to what we talked about last week was some classifications that we were looking at. And it was a lot of fun, but it didn't really tell us much in terms of how things worked. The thing that we did focus on is that there were different climate zones. So we understand that deserts are dry and tropical rainforests are wet. And there's quite a difference. So the range between the two is quite phenomenal. And we're going to talk about that today a little bit more. Of course, there are temperate zones, which are warm, and there's Arctic zones, which are very cold. And so there's a range. And there's a survivability within each of those zones. Then there's water, but there's two types of water. There's a fresh water and a seawater. And what I want to draw your attention to is this characteristic with fresh water. It demands a change. In other words, it can change a pH of 2 within 24 hours and still maintain stability. But the change of 2 within the range of, say, 6.5 to 8.5 on the pH scale. And so what that means is, first of all, that fish can lay the eggs in a higher pH. And when the pH of the water drops down to 6.5, then the eggs can be softer. The acid water makes the shells softer, so the eggs can hatch. And this pH maybe will stay low for a couple of hours and then bounce back up to its normal state, whatever it is. And at that point, the fish are already out of the eggs and into the water. So this is a very nice characteristic, and it's gives us the abundance of having the biodiversity that we saw in the Rift Lakes and the biodiversity that we see in the Amazon. But there's a lot of biodiversity in the sea. And the body mass of the seawater is far greater than the body mass of the freshwater. And with the seawater, it demands stability. And so we see that a pH change of 0.2 in 24 hours is the maximum that it can tolerate. When it goes beyond that, that becomes lethal. So in freshwater, if we go outside of the pH range, and if we go outside of the transition rate of 2 within 24 hours, that is lethal. In seawater, only 0.2. So there's a reason. And this is the thing. We need to understand better these rates, because we know that when we were born, we were in water and we came into the air, and we were able to do that transition. But we also know that we can drown in water. So what's the difference? So this is where the scientists have to look. There are conditions. The absence of the evidence and the absence of the understanding points the way. Furthermore, there's an underground culture and there's an airborne culture. And we don't know enough about this underground culture, but we're going to talk a little bit about it today. From what we do know, we call that the bioculture. And then, of course, what we know about the air is climate. And so these are just various climate zones. So not a very detailed discussion, but the thing about the details is when you have the money and when you have the knowledge and the education, and you want to use this knowledge to terraform, and the terraforming is of what we're trying to do on Mars, we had to have a certain knowledge on how to do that. Because if the atmosphere is different from what we're used to, then there has to be some kind of adaptation in another environment. And if that environment is not ours, then we have to artificially create that to mimic ours. Well, before we go there, let's get it right here. So the Biosphere Project was started in 1987 in Arizona, and this project lasted for 2 years. And what had happened in those 2 years is the oxygen level went down to 4.2% instead of the normal 21%. And there are some factors like outside lighting was preventing photosynthesis, and microbes were introduced that some of the participants got ill. This is on Earth, you understand. And then, of course, oxygen had to be imported from outside the greenhouse. The whole purpose was to have a sustainable environment inside the greenhouse and in a hostile environment. We couldn't do that in a friendly environment. That project was abandoned after 2 years. And one of the culprits, of course, was algae. So they got to be very, very good at growing algae. So this was in 1987. Now, 20 years before that, and the technology was there to feed 30,000 people on 2.4 acres. What does that mean? Well, you could feed the entire population of the United States on 12,000 acres. That's 5,000 hectares. The landmass of the United States is 9.8 million square kilometers, or shall we say 2.43 billion acres. We only need 12,000 to feed the whole population. And this was known 20 years before. And they didn't call this the Biosphere 2 project because it was the only biosphere project that they did. But in respect to the Earth, they gave the Earth the designation of Biosphere 1. So the Biosphere 2 project did not use advanced technology for terraforming. They used the technology that they had, and they basically failed in 2 years on Earth. Well, we're at the point of improving the agricultural yield, aren't we? And we can do this in many ways. So when we look at what we mean by plants, these plants are chemical. You see, where do these plants grow? That's a question. So we find that we have chemical factories, and in these factories, they create chemicals. The question is, are these chemicals pollution? Or in the process of making these chemicals, do they create pollution? And is this contributing to global warming? Or can we create a global cleanup? So how do we compare the chemical plants versus the natural plants? Is kind of the question. And when we look at the natural plants, we find that they have a specific affinity for a specific area on this planet. And that is determined by the environment. And generally speaking, that environment is creating a condition that is attracting that particular plant. What is the capability of that particular plant biologically? They uptake minerals and metals. So in fact, the plants clean up. They do it on their own. And when they're done, then they leave. And if you keep feeding the problem, well, then they stay. So when we look at the origin of the universe, and we said, well, physically, it made a lot of noise, or chemically, we just brought a whole bunch of stuff together and just things that, boom, just evolved. And then they duked it out, and the fittest was how we made natural selection. And then we glorified that and said, those are the chosen. But when we look at the rainforest, something funny happens. The rainforest in the Amazon is basically built on a soil top layer that is only about 4 inches. That's about 10 centimeters. Not very thick. And it's a wonder how you can get big trees to stay upright. They have to be rooted somehow. You know, how do you support a tree, especially in a windy condition, if it doesn't have much soil to cling to? Well, we know here in North America that trees can cling to rocks. So, you know, don't worry about the trees and the plants. They know what they're doing. You know, we're the ones who are trying to figure this thing out. But the point is that this soil is quite, shall we say, luscious, nutritious, bountiful in energy, in nutrients. And the reason for that is because with a big rainforest, tropical rainforest cover, there's a lot of decay that is going on. But when you look at a conventional greenhouse, there's a lot of decay on the floor. And you don't see that in the forest. And the reason for it is because there's a bacteria which is able to digest it. And the rate that it digests really affects things. And so we find that the ideal conditions in the rainforest is able to digest very, very quickly. So there isn't a lot of decay hanging around when the things are all working together. But there's a lot of sand. Under this soil in the rainforest is a lot of sand. And so one has to wonder, well, okay, where does the soil come from? So we find that the soil comes from the bacteria. This is the bacteria residue. Okay, well, where does the sand come from? Well, as Mr. Keshe has explained, it comes from Africa. It is carried through the air. And so the sand is blown over and drops over the rainforest. And you can imagine that the rainforest is constantly having to try and elevate itself above the sand and lay down the soil. This was a major learning point for me in understanding the difference in how the rainforest operates. And it was a key factor in understanding that, is there oil in the soil? Or is it in the land of the sand? Because if the sand is coming from over there to over here, then how come we don't have oil? Oh, but we do have oil. We have oil in Venezuela, but Venezuela is tropical. And in the Middle East, shall we say, it's more desert-like conditions. So we have this debate, you know, why is the oil growing in here or growing in there? And so they couldn't answer the debate, so they call it fossil fuels. And they call it limited resource. So we now know that it is an unlimited resource. And it doesn't come from fossils, it comes from something else. So what happens with this biomass that we have in the Amazon rainforest? So let's look at another example that we had in the Rift Lakes. We had Lake Victoria. It was covered with these water hyacinths. water hyacinths draw heavy metals out of the water. They're absolutely phenomenally successful. And when they do so, and when they tend to come to the end of their life, what we did was we picked them up and spread them around the trees. And they would decay within 9 days, totally disappear. Well, where did they go? Okay, so the hyacinths create this biomass, and then in 9 days, it disappears. So we can't describe it physically as to why it happens. And we can say biologically, because of the bacteria, it breaks down the biomass. And that bacteria is creating more biomass. Okay, so the benefactor is the rainforest. Well, we had a problem in the biosphere because we were growing algae, which is very primitive. And well, protoplasm is also very primitive, single-celled organisms, okay? But there's different kind of algae. So one of the algae that the fish like to nibble on is long hair algae, but long hair algae of a certain color. And it's a real delicacy and they love it. And you know what? That algae keeps the water so clean. Absolutely amazing how clean it is. But that algae, people think algae is just algae, just like people think water is just water. That's not the case. One algae is a precursor for another algae. Okay, so it changes the nature of the water in its process. The communication to start the growth of the algae is the condition of the water. The communication to stop that condition is a change in the condition of the water. The change is another communication for the algae to go into another stage. So the algae can do this and continue to grow. And the rate of this change is a instantaneous change. So this rate of change is what we're having trouble understanding as, shall we say, laymen, non-scientists. And protoplasm, well, you know, who trains them? What school do they go to? A single cell organism that has a mouth, creates waste, has an ability to move, has a direction, has a purpose, very, very active, and it's a single cell organism. How does it do that? And then we have bacteria. And bacteria are single cell organisms, microscopic. Not that microscopic, but microscopic. Just a different scale. And one bacteria becomes a precursor for the next. And we haven't categorized all the bacteria. We have categorized the vertical people. We have categorized the horizontal people. We have categorized the biological components. But oh, forget it. Like there's so many bacteria, it's you know, we don't have enough time. We don't have enough people to research this. There's 3,000 people preoccupied with something else right now. But the point is that there is a communication, there is a connection, and one bacteria stops growing, and the next bacteria uses the previous bacteria as a food. But the next bacteria comes from the first bacteria. So there's a metamorphosis that goes on. As one bacteria creates another bacteria, then that bacteria becomes the food for the new bacteria, and so it goes on. Now, if you interrupt this cycle, some of these bacteria are extremely harmful. And in our society, we call them germs, and that's why we are preoccupied with washing our hands, because we need to wash away the germs. But we didn't say which germs. So some of these bacteria are beneficial. We need this bacteria to, for instance, to digest our food. So if you don't have the bacteria in your gut, you cannot digest this food. If we don't have that bacteria, then the water hyacinths will not rot. The biomass will not rot. So if you have a biotope with a healthy bacterial load, and you'll know that it's healthy when the water is healthy, when the fish are healthy, and when the algae is healthy, okay, then you will have bacteria growing. But is that enough? Is that enough? Because where is this bacteria? So one of the places is on the surface of things. So the surface to volume ratio really plays a factor. So the more surface that you have within the volume, the more bacteria you have. And so this is when you look at the substrate and you see the different kinds of substrate. Now, one substrate is rocks. One substrate is pebbles. And another substrate is sand. The sand has the highest surface to volume ratio. And so you have beneficial bacteria in that substrate. So you find that is what washes up close to the beach, and the rocks, they stay in the middle. And where do you see the biomass most? You see it around the edges of the water. Why? Because there's a lot of photosynthesis there. And so when you have a lot of biomass and you have a lot of homes for bacteria, then you have a cleaning effect of the water. So when you look at the Rift Valley lakes, like Lake Tanganyika, which is 50 meters deep, there's no way that you can get a certain kind of bacteria down there. But is that to say that there isn't bacteria down there? Because without that bacteria, that life would not be possible. So there's different types of bacteria. But to clean that water, you have to have a certain kind of bacteria, and that bacteria is near the surface. Okay, so there has to be a circulation. And when you have the environment working properly, well, then trees are happy because the nematodes stay where they're supposed to be. They stay in the ground, okay? And so there's some kind of connection between the worms and the bacteria, right? So when the bacteria is good and they can break down the biomass and release those nutrients, release those metals, then it is providing food, which is what they want. So everything is really looking for food. Why? Because they're looking for energy. Doesn't that make sense? So when we look at things in the sea and in the land, and we see there's a difference, so we say, okay, well, the fish are in the sea and the mammals are on land. But then you say, wait a second, the whales are not a fish. And the whales also bear babies in the water. And also the whales don't have gills, they breathe air. Get fish who have gills. And some fish are labyrinth fish, they have both gills and they breathe. So there's some kind of adaptation that's going on here. And so the reference here is the rate of adaptation. The rate of adaptation is what we have to look at. And so when we're looking at our dimensions and we're saying, well, how can we go So we know that as we climb up the mountain, the air gets more rarefied. So, and as we go under the water, then the pressure increases. So these are our transition ranges. But as we go from continent to continent, we also find different zones, different plants, different animals, and different people. So when we look at the classification like we did last week, we found that we were classifying vertical people and then we're classifying horizontal people. Well, you know what? That wasn't giving us enough answers. What we really need to do was get into the classification of man. And the classification of man is the subject of biology. And the problem with this thing is that we have to dissect the man to find out what's going on. And so do we understand what dissection means? Yeah, it means breaking the connection by tearing things apart to find out how they work. And is that the best way to do that? So a lot of people think so. So we dissect the man, and in the process, we spill the blood, okay? But we know that we are created from oil and water, and oil and water don't mix, and that's a good thing. But, you know, just to give you an aside story, and it was a personal story. I was in grade 3, and I remember it quite vividly because it was a very important question for me. The teacher that day asked for a question and answer session. And, you know, I remember this so vividly, and it's very strange, okay, because it impacted me so greatly. Because she says we were going to have a free-for-all. We could talk about any subject we wanted, which is kind of risky, right? But we were only in grade 3, you know, so what was I? I was 8, 9 years old, whatever, you know, what do I know? And so I asked the question, why are we made of blood and not oil? You know, because there's a lot of oil around, right? And it'd be a lot easier to do things because then we only just, like, you know, car, just change the oil. But, you know, that was a thoughtful question. And, you know, it was a free for all. So I asked the question. And of course, the teacher knows everything. Well, she dodged the question. The question was not very well answered. And, you know, she's just because. We're made of blood just because, you know, we don't have oil coursing through our veins. We have blood coursing through our veins. Okay. Well, all right. So I had to buy that answer. I mean, what am I supposed to do? You know, I'm in school and I'm just a kid anyway. And it was a free for all. It wasn't like I was paying for anything. So anyway, that question actually finally got answered. And it was answered by 2 different people. So the first answer, of course, is that the blood is made of iron, and that's our anchorage. But Mr. Keshe answered the question as well, because there's another thing that Canadians don't understand is we have on the banks of Newfoundland, they're called the Grand Banks. And the Grand Banks are absolutely teeming with fish, as per the diaries of the previous explorers going back several hundred years. And when we say teeming with fish, the boats were literally floating on fish. There were that many fish on the Grand Banks, and hence the name Grand Banks. But the interesting thing was that we find out that this oil comes from amino acids, right? And we see that the amino acids on one side are water soluble, on the other side they're oil soluble. And these are essential for building proteins. And we see how the proteins come together now with carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. and that there is an interaction, and it creates kind of an amino star. And this is the star formation that we're talking about. And this was so successful on the Grand Banks that the fish were so prolific. And so this became, shall we say, a hotbed for the fishing industry. And it still is today, although we don't have anywhere near the supply. But the point of the matter is, it is still giving. And so the creation of this protein comes from the oil. And so some oil, we note, then becomes livestock, fish. And other oil, well, becomes what they call a fossil fuel. But it's not everywhere. There's some places they have copper, and some places they have gold. And so what is the cause of these elements, these resources being in those places? And it all has to do with positioning, okay? And the positioning has to do with the creation. And so what is the difference between copper and gold and oil? And it may have to do with the rate of change, right? So something is always something as opposed to something else. So we have a field force, but it is interacting with another field force, which is the Earth's field force. And that field force is not in the same place in all the same places. Okay, so when the combination and the is correct, and it's not the lowest common denominator, it's the common denominator. So there you have the creation of oil, and where you have the creation of copper. So let's say, for instance, copper in Chile, oil in the Middle East, gold in the Far East. And so they maintain a position based on their point of on the Earth. And what is the determining factor of that? So we like to drill down into that and find out what's going on. And that's how we developed the mining industry. Well, we have another mining industry we call medicine, and this is the mining of organs. And so we'll look in our organs in our bodies, and we're not going to go through them all. We're just going to go through a few systems here. And you see that there's a positioning. So they all not only are in different positions, but they look different. You know, I mean, you know the difference between a liver and a heart. You know the difference between a kidney and a lung. And when you talk about kidneys and lungs, they come in pairs. But when you look at hearts and liver, they come individually. And then there's a circulation system. And that circulation system, you know, is almost like a roller coaster ride. You know, it goes through the whole body, and then it goes up around the head, and it goes around the head. And in the center, there's this big black hole, and you can't see what's going on in there. And it's kind of like a ride of horrors. And then you come back down into the body. And, you know, there's a central nervous system and a reproductive system, and all of this is all working together. So we just have a kind of classification. And so we look at the biology of things. So we're trying to figure out this body and brain link. And then we look at respiration. And so, yeah, we breathe using lungs, but you know, cells respirate and they don't have lungs. And then we have mouths, we like to eat, right? And then we have a stomach, we like to digest, but cells don't have mouths. They don't have a stomach, okay? And they process energy or food as energy, and they process waste as energy. And then there are some cells that, you know, are not functioning properly. So we have enzymes. And what these enzymes do is they are spheres made up of a lipid bilayer, just like the lipid bilayer of the cells. But what they do is they engulf this damaged tissue, which is protein, and they eat it. They literally digest it. And so this is how the body is able to get rid of waste. And at that point in time, it needs to somehow get out of the system. So one of the ways we know, it comes out through the alimentary canal. This process is called metabolism. And so a lot of people confuse metabolism with digestion, and they interchange the words. So in the plasma science, we're not interchanging words. Metabolism means to cast out. And, you know, when we talk about energy exchange, you have to give before you receive. So, you know, when you are whole as a magrav and you want to eat, you know, you have to cast out first before you can bring the new stuff in. Otherwise, you're going to back up the train. And you won't have that, well, what we're all looking for, you know what we're looking for. We're looking for that warm and fuzzy feeling, right? That warm and fuzzy feeling that transcends everything, that we don't need to know all the details. And we'll find that the details of the stacker units, they're also feeding. And the higher feeds the lower energy. This is the plasma way. And when we look at the GANs and we see that we are producing from these physical elements, we're producing CO2, ZNO, and copper oxide, CuO. And you know what? I have a little mistake here. Why doesn't anybody tell me that I made a mistake? Very simple. At least someone's awake. So, not totally, we're getting there. Okay, we fixed the problem there, didn't we? So it's, but we also discovered that the GANs is moving and doing all sorts of things and changing the chemistry of the water. And we are 75% water. So this is a fundamental component that we need within our 5-cup system. And this 5-cup system is in a stacker unit, but we were introduced a few weeks ago to a new kind of stacker unit, a cup of universe. 1 cup fits all, shall we say. And inside that, we have some kind of independent variables, and we have to make some kind of connections, and we haven't made those connections yet. So we wanted to review physics to see if we can make these connections. And one of the things that we figured out is that when we want to understand what is going on in physical science, then we have to determine if it's man-made. And if it's man-made, and if it's physical, in other words, if you can see it and you can touch it, then that's physical. And so we looked at the physical inventory of what was on in that cup, and we listed it. So we had copper, we had zinc, iron, and galvanized iron. And then we had coils, and then we had plates, and some were nano-coated and some were bare. And then we are introducing today these connections. So we have to understand that we can have the copper, the zinc, the iron, and the galvanized wires, and they can be either bare or nano-coated, and there's a sequence, so isn't there? So when we look at the chemistry of it, then we find out it's not just chemical, because the chemical things are limited things, like we can see the color of the water based on a pH test, you know, the physical designs that we can make with surfactant chemistry, and the alterations that we can do through the oxidation redux. But, you know, we made some breakthroughs. So those breakthroughs were rocket science, space science, plasma science, and overcoming limitations. This is what we're talking about, okay? Because there's a lot of stuff out there that is not making sense. So one of those things was the liquid manure we were talking about. Now, the combination of the liquid manure and the plowing is something that is providing us a solution and the pollution. So if we look at what plowing does, it was invented in 1797 and patented, if you believe. So, but many people rejected it at the time because it seemed to poison the soil and foster the growth of weeds. So these were all belief systems. But the thing is that it was true, you see, because there's two types of bacteria. And one bacteria becomes another type of bacteria. And you know this. So what happens to roadkill? Inside our body, our bacteria is used to process cell metabolism. So that bacteria is aerobic. That means it's oxygen rich. When that body dies, that bacteria, in order to survive, changes into an anaerobic bacteria. That rate of change has to be quick enough. The rate of change has to be quick enough for it to be able to go from an aerobic condition to an anaerobic condition. It does not introduce new anaerobic bacteria. It is aerobic bacteria being converted to anaerobic bacteria. And it is the anaerobic bacteria which eliminates roadkill in 9 days. It's what eliminates the hyacinth biomass that we put around the trees in 9 days, okay? And it is this bacteria that when you plow the soil, you take the aerobic bacteria and you bury it. And then it dies and becomes part of the bioload. And then you take the anaerobic bacteria and you expose it to the air and it dies and it becomes part of the bioload. So the rate of change through plowing was too radical for the bacteria to change from aerobic to anaerobic. However, it isn't right across the board, just those that are affected by the plowshares. You see, that's the point. Now, the purpose of bacteria, as we said, is to break down this manure. And we know that this is working because in the municipal dumps, we have these chimneys that are spewing out methane, and they have to be lit. Methane burns. Methane is an energy, a fuel. If they go out, municipal dumps may explode because there's an awful lot of heat being generated through decomposition. The problem with these manure holding tanks is that the new manure that is being added at a phenomenal rate. And so it becomes quite difficult to break down this manure. And so the manure holding lagoons begin overflowing. Well, they have to get rid of this. So they have combined it by putting these injectors on the ends of the plows. So as the land is plowed, this manure is being injected. And of course, we just discussed the problem with the bacteria again. So now we understand how the solution on one end is creating a problem on the other end. And we become the benefactors because this enters into our aquifers and enters into our drinking water. This is a fact. But methane, just so for interest, when it burns, it produces CO2 and H2O. So CO2 is carbon dioxide in physicality as a physical gas, and H2O is water as a physical water. And we know that burning any fuel produces an energy. Interesting thing about the CO2, of course, we all know is creates a food for the plants. But for some reason, it's not understood that CO2 is also a very efficient insulator. And so it's quite essential to the greenhouses. So in order to be quite successful, there have to be a complete chain of events. And it isn't just chemical, but when we looked at the chemical inventory of the universal cup, we found that the equations didn't balance. We brought in sodium, chlorine, hydrogen, and oxygen, and we created salt water. So this is where we're bringing elements together which don't necessarily balance out from what we've been thinking of, but they do, except that we can bring in other salts. And so we had the chemical inventory of all the physical elements, and we have the chemical inventory of the environment. So we have sodium salt, potassium salt, magnesium salt, and calcium salt. And so when we're looking at the periodic table of elements, the first thing we notice is that they are elementary. That means they're all standalone. And that's not the way the life works. Well, life works in combination. So the sum of the parts is greater than the sum of the parts. And as knowledge seekers, we have the knowing of the details competing against the details of knowing. It's the knowing that we're after, not the details. So as nice as the periodic table of elements is, and we will get to that more in the intermediate and advanced classes, but what we've done is we've switched over the basics of the magnesium and calcium and put it on the right-hand side of this table. And so let's look at all the things that we need for our basic cups of life. So we have hydrogen, carbon. Now, we should change the name of carbon, shouldn't we? I think Jalal would agree. We should, from now on, call it carbogen. Wouldn't that make sense? Hydrogen, carbogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. Wouldn't that make sense? But anyway, then we'd have iron, copper, and zinc on one side, and we have sodium, potassium, magnesium, and calcium on the other side.
Wait. Okay.
I hear somebody.
Okay. So why don't you to change it to carbon, nitrobone, oxybone?
So we can debate that, and you know, we can create a course in university and have fun, right?
Yes. Thank you.
But it's an excellent point. You see, now we have a debate going on, but you know, this is not what we're after. What we're after is to say, we have a kit, like in music. You know all the notes, and you know the instrument, you know which way is up, which way is down. And does that represent the music? Something represents the music. And that's what we're looking at, the cup of the universe, the independent variable, the music that makes the cup of universe work. And so we are on the road to making this cup of the universe work. So all of us as individual knowledge seekers in our homes can have access to this. And we can basically have like a little center that, a little central of research in our own homes. But our own homes can be in our own minds as well, because the brain is kind of like the cup of the universe, and it has its own biology, its own biotope. So we are all looking for creature comforts, aren't we? That warm and fuzzy thing. And so scientifically, we have a lot of ideas, and emotionally, we have a lot of wishes, and we have to display a lot of courage And what we really like to display is a lot of love and get this planet working properly, and understand that in space, the space is full of energy. Energy is always in motion. And this energy is always the plasma fuel that makes the world go round. And all things begin working in combination. That combination is the magnetical and gravitational pushing and pulling forces, which when they become in balance, create a maggrav condition, plus the residue. And we know there is a residue because now we understand when we put all these components together in the cup of life, and we found new products. We found zinc GaNs, copper GaNs, CO2 GaNs, calcium carbide GaNs, CaCO3, CaCO3 GaNs, calcium carbonate GaNs. And then, of course, the amino acid, the oil, and the water, the H2O. We had all of that going on. And the reason we did that was because someone whose name is Mr. Keshe figured out the new atomic math. You take the mass of the neutron and it equals the mass of the proton and the mass of the electron plus the mass of the PM ticks, right? But plus the total mass of the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And that is the totality. And that is all achieved through the energy level, balance, and positioning. And so we find that all of our studies, which we are so time consuming, revolve around our tiny little perfect world, that little red dot in the bottom right-hand corner, which is our universe. And we find that the rest of the universe is working quite well without us. You must admit, and it is a lot bigger than what we're operating here. So there's no reason to make any pretense with respect to the amount of knowledge that we have. It's knowledge of what, that's what we need to know, because the universe is feeding itself. And that's what we need to do. We need to be able to feed ourselves. Everything that we do is the plasma feeding. Why? Because we are energy consumers. And there are many ways to recharge. So the recharging done in physicality is the slowest way, most inefficient way. Doing it in the plasma way is a lot better. And so we find that there are, when we refer to windward and leeward directions on a point of reference, we are at the watershed moment, all right? And the leeward side doesn't have a lot of wind. We have a lot of wind. We are on the windward side, okay? And what is the difference? Well, it's the missing ingredients. And we could say that they're chemical, but they're not, they're moral. We could say that they're physical, but they're not, they're plasmatic. And we could say that, well, maybe it's something funny about gas. Well, we can't explain it, not with the physical science, because these subjects are out of range. And a famous scientist I introduced last week, Rupert Sheldrake, put forward morphogenic resonance. And he's classed as a pseudoscientist. Yet, he was talking about the missing ingredient. And he just gave it a name. And because it wasn't there, he couldn't prove it, he couldn't show it. But you know what? The absence of evidence is the evidence. So we see in our physical activity that we create within us aerobic acid and anaerobic acid, but also we create lactic acid. And lactic acid is that pain that you get into your muscles. And so what happens is when we have a lactic acid buildup that builds up so fast that we don't have the metabolism capability in our body to remove it, that when our muscles expand and contract, they are literally rolling over these balls of lactic acid, and that is painful. And they say, well, no pain, no gain. No, that's no pain. It's a wonderful thing. You know, you're getting back to nature. And that's why a lot of people do a lot of physical activity, because they want to get back to nature. But see, the point is, we are already in nature. We are already plasmatic, because we didn't come here because of the physicality of the sun and the physicality of the earth. We came here because of the plasmatic energy that is behind them. And we are plasma beings. So we have to understand that we are now at a watershed moment. And so if you are incapable of explaining properly what works, show them what doesn't work, and understand that it's time consuming to go through the physical elements and the chemical elements of botany categorizations and the biology categorizations. Okay, that is the leeward side. Okay, so wind is coming on this side and it goes over the mountains to the other side, and that's where they are on the other side there. That is the watershed. But guess what happened this week? Watch closely. Guess what happened? The leeward side is the gravitational side. The windward side is the magnetical side. The winds of change are blowing. And things have changed. And they will continue to change. So when someone gives you 35 seconds to tell them what is plasma, ask them for a few more seconds, maybe 45 seconds. Tell them plasma is a kind of energy state, and the plasma science is the study of creation, right? What is your point of view on this? So we either restricted by the limitations of science, or we transcend the limitations of science. And this is the important subject that we talked about today. So when we look at this convergence of energy, and we see that there's a plasma side and a physical side, and there's a transformation from the plasma side and another transformation to the physical side. And there's a dream state where dreams become reality, and there's an inertia state that involves a combination with the environment. And then in between, there are transfer states. And these transfer states indicate the rate of change. And the rate of change in the lower states is slower by many orders of magnitude. The rates of change in the higher is higher by many orders of magnitude. So when we talk about transcendence, this is what we mean. When fields attract together common denominators, it doesn't have to be 100%. You have an attraction, but when they come together, there has to be an adaptation. The question now comes, how fast can we make this adaptation? And if we're going to travel from here to there, and if from here to there is from this planet to another planet, then our adaptation is going to have to be what we call PDQ, pretty quick. And this is where the advanced technology is going. And we're only talking about basics because that's within our range. And we have billions of people still on this planet who are not even aware of this. So understand our point of view. Our point of view is from our souls. and all 7 billion people on this planet have a soul. So by connecting that way, we can bridge this knowledge bridge, and we can connect through the knowing. And it is from that knowing that the adaption, which is going at an order of magnitude and many orders of magnitude faster, we can become more effective. And so we said at the beginning, it's very important for us to be positive with respect to not only our outlook, but in terms of our presentation. And we need to change the whole presentation. Don't get bogged down with the details. So understand that our perception of reality is the manifestation of reality. It's when two fields come together that form another. That is what manifestation is. And it's the plasma feeding that leads to the manifestation. So what are you feeding? What are you manifesting? So is it tangible or non-tangible, visible or non-visible, physical or plasmatic? And so there are two realities. There's a physical reality and a plasmatic reality. That's how we interpret this. But you have to have the plasmatic reality as a substructure for the physical reality. So therefore, both realities are a manifestation, and both give you a form artifact, like an archaeologist looking for an artifact, and you say, well, what is there? And they say, well, I don't see anything there. And then you find, guess what? A motion of presence is also a form artifact of what? Of energy in motion. This whole subject is about energy in motion and how our soul is playing with this. And so our physicality and our constant limitations of these physical subjects, as time consuming as they are to dwell on, we need to know their position, because that's the map. That's where we are, and that's where we're going from. And so we want to and watch very closely. We need to elevate our viewpoint. All right. We need to look at things from a different perspective. We need to change your soul limitations. And so that's the subject that we need to get to with our friends, our neighbors. Forget the family, they will never appreciate you. I think we all have that problem. But here's a rule, sequence. You have to understand the sequence. So today we talked about our body and how we dove into our body. We not only took our organs, but then we took apart these organs and we had organelles. And then inside these organelles, we had cells. And we know from these cells that we were created from protein. And we know this protein was the folding over of essential fatty acids. And these essential fatty acids come from the DNA. And the DNA comes from the amino acid. So everything that we've talked about is post-amino acid. Post-amino acid. Post-amino acid is the science of physicality. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. You need to be a rocket scientist to get into pre-amino acid reality, okay? So when you're discussing a subject, you want to know, what are you talking about? Where does it fit in this sequence? Simple. So when we put all these things together, we see there's a vertical life, there's a horizontal life. All of these involve a matter state. And so when we look at trying to discuss, are we discussing angles or are we discussing angels? We have a vertical enhancement and we have a horizontal enhancement. And the difference between two is more than just 90 degrees. And we will be discussing that more in the future, because right now, what we're trying to do is to bridge the gap between what's going on the leading edge and where we are. We need to go through these basics and bridge the gaps, but do it at a higher order of magnitude. So that's why there's the battle between what we call knowledge and knowing. We all know. And what we know is that energy can be binding, and we do that at the expense of others. So this is called abuse. And the biggest problem with abuse is that it's only possible because morality is the missing ingredient. And when we learn is that the cross you double cross is your eternal burden, because in order to maintain this, you have to consume energy. Not my problem. Ethics of the universe is what drives the energy. And that involves morality, compassion, and courage. These are the building blocks of creation. And without that, there is no creation. There is no continuity. So in order for us to maintain this continuity, welcome to the new space age. We have crossed over the watershed. And as we understand plasma science better, we understand ourselves better. We understand our physical destination state, and we understand our dynamic transfer state better. And then we understand how we're operating better. And we see the energy that is flowing, and we see how our energy can flow through the universal cup. And we will be talking about that more later. The thing is, what goes around comes around. That is how we keep a mag-grav condition. And when we bring all these forces together, we don't have to decide what environment we're in. We have to decide, how do we keep these forces together? What is that mag-grav condition? What are we trying to achieve? And when we're trying to achieve an elevated state, we have to understand that we have to defer to our soul. And our soul understands peace. And that is the link. That is the food. We have to tune into that, turn on to that, and drop out of our dependence on our physicality in terms of energy flow, and then we will receive. So really the question comes down to is, what kind of pattern are you providing? Because that's how you get the energy. And all of us are, looking to be patriots. That's the independent variable, isn't it? The patriot. What makes us patriots? And patriots of what? We're patriots of peace and messengers of peace and friendship. And so as the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is delivering plasma science in putting it into the public domain, we're asking for the World Peace Treaty. We're asking for everyone to sign it with their pen and sign it with their heart, because their pen has to follow the heart. And so we can achieve physical and emotional harmony and vitality. And this is the truth. And then knowledge seekers are always seeking the truth. Is that enough? Is that enough to get us across the bridge where we can make a difference? When you have the universal language of knowing and you become a universal patriot, then you'll be able to deliver quickly plasma science in exchange for peace on Earth. Thanks very much, everybody, for listening. I hope you enjoyed the show. Over to you, Mark.
Okay. Wow. That was quite in depth for someone who doesn't encourage details, but of course there are details within the details and more details within those details. But you've certainly opened up a lot of different areas here, Alex. And I was just wondering, as far as flying goes, would you consider adding a basic flying class to the schedule? It was beautiful to hear that in Linz. Was it Kay who said that, or Azar, that there were these ganses on the table, and Mr. Keshe said if you knew how to mix them, you'd fly right now. And what would we do if we knew how to fly? I think it would come to us. It's almost like placing a baby in the water. They start to swim. And so I think we'll be doing the same thing. Jalal seemed to want to interact.
The question,
yes,
the question will come to you. What then?
Yes, I was going to ask you if you'd want to open anything up about your interaction there with Alex on the periodic table, or I didn't quite catch what you were saying. We call it not carbon, but Alex said carbogen, and you said, I'm not sure what you said.
What I said.
You said, Alex said carbogen, I thought, and you said, why don't we call it?
Carbon, nitrobon, exobon.
We may have a new periodic table being created in this meeting.
But this is
you
the
and
plasma.
Alex.
Wait,
Yes.
wait. This is a plasma before it goes to the matter state. Carbon 12 and carbon 14 and carbon 16, carbon. We call it carbon 12 and nitrogen and oxygen in the matter state.
So in outer space, do you have this measuring device?
We will have. I am kidding with you. Okay, I will jump in to 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes, and then if you like, we can jump together here.
Okay, we'll see you in 10.
Yes.
Okay, Mark, let's wrap this thing up in 9 minutes.
Oh, okay, no. Let's hear more. Randy, I thought I heard your voice.
Yes, Jalal taught us the other night about carbon 340 called coffee bomb. That's the only element he likes in his class. Is more coffee.
Good, and it was so nice to hear the energies we don't have to get from coffee.
Are you opening the camera with me with something?
No.
No, Randy.
Oh, okay.
That's my secret.
And if I could just add, I think just a little housekeeping, that the testimonials meeting tomorrow with Rick. I think that starts about 8 p.m. CEST. I didn't see it on the schedule, and I thought it was the second, is it Monday of every month? So just keep that in mind. If you have testimonials and you'd like to share them, or just be present and support the meeting. I think it is tomorrow, but I didn't see anything in the chat about it yet. So he may, or I could be totally wrong. And of course, we didn't get to cover the plasma dome either today, and we haven't forgotten about it. Many of us have probably gone out and sprayed like myself today, but Mr. Keshe also encouraged us to use some of the ganses you have and release them. Allow them to go out into the environment. And we saw this with Kay in the fields, that they know what to do and they know where to go, or they know where to go and they know what to do when they get there. So all you have to do is release them and it'll go to work all on its own. And it can be a combination of ganses, different ganses, a single gans, or like I said, a combination. And this is all part of getting this planet, I would say, preconditioned in a way, and us as well, to learning what we can do and what we can create and the conditions we can change or create in the universe. So I didn't want to forget about the Peace Dome, and I don't want to go into it per se. I'm hoping that people will have some questions for Alex about this. Last few minutes or 45 minutes or so we've heard. So we'll just open up the floor and let's see if anyone would like to get things started. We want to thank you, Alex, for that was quite a long and lengthy presentation. And like I said, covering many different points there.
So, Mark, the subjects like that we've talked about the last 4 weeks, like these are individual courses that one would even study in university and even postgraduate classes, like you go right into PhD level, you understand? And so that career would span a lifetime. So as long as this class is, it is not a lifetime. What we have to do is to speed the process up if we want to move ahead. But we don't want to drop what we have, okay? We've spent many, many years building up this knowledge. This knowledge is extremely valuable, and it has helped us in so many ways. But when we put limitations on this knowledge and we find that we don't know something, so instead of going beyond that knowledge, we go to a different knowledge. So that's why we went from physics to chemistry. And then from chemistry, we went into biology. But, you know, biology is still not answering all of the questions, right? Because we're only down to the bacterial level. So we now, as you can see by the schedule, we have other things to do. But the point is, these are all physical. These are all basics. And when we look at this whole thing, we don't have a lifetime, each of us, to dwell on each of these subjects. So we have to have a transcendency. And this transcendency that we have at this point in time is just a basic knowing with respect to my classes. But Mr. Keshe has advanced knowing, okay? And it's going concurrently. So we don't have a lifetime, and we don't have a suitable rate of change. Okay, so those things have to come together. You see my point?
Yes. You mean we could spend a millennium on unraveling these things and still not get to the bottom of them?
That's exactly the point. Well, we haven't gotten
I mean,
to the bottom.
the soul already has a double PhD in all of this. And isn't it the soul of physicality, or the physicality we're trying to convince or to cooperate in a way? But the soul,
I don't
like,
think,
yeah, go ahead.
not with this audience. This audience is the change. This audience is the winds of change. It's the other souls who don't know which way these winds are blowing.
Right.
We're here to help them. Yeah.
Right. And Kay brought up that little cough Mr. Keshe seemed to have in the last. So let's take 1 minute or 45 seconds and just allow Mr. Keshe to know we're all thinking about him. We miss him here in the meeting. I'm sure he's pulling his energy with all the different projects. He might have gotten a little bit drained, let's say, but probably not. But whatever the reason, let's just send him some fields of warmth and comfort and whatever he needs. And just that we're thinking of him and wishing him all the best. So let's just take 20 seconds on that. And you do it all in your individual ways. Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes. I think Jalal went for a fresh cup of coffee. And Alex, did you get to warm yours up yet?
Yes, it's up to room temperature.
Ah, great. If you like it at room temperature, that is. Shweta put in the chat, yes, my dear Alex, we are, always are universal patriots. Thank you. Thank you so much, my
Oh.
dear, for all the love, always. Blessings of MMA. Salam. Namaste. Salute.
Thank you, Shweta.
You're very appreciated here, Alex, as I'm sure in every class you go. We're all learning from each other, and that's one of the beauties here, that no one really has a corner on it because it's so huge. But the soul understands it and carries the double PhD in this knowledge. And it's hard for our physicality to even sort of comprehend that the knowledge is so large. But over time we will, and as we start moving and operating more in the dimensions of the plasma and or whatever way you'd like to operate, I think we'll become to the point where we don't have to equivocate on any kind of subject, that we're very confident and understand it from A to Z, let's say. As you see with some of the CEOs that start on the ground floor by sweeping the building, and over time they build their way up, and they know every facet, every brick, every switch, every key in the building. And I think this is the point that we will arrive at, or it'll be instantaneously revealed to us at the time of need. So we'll be experiencing some of these things, and we'll be able to share them for sure. Would anyone like to ask Alex anything or add to the knowledge or something that they understood? I didn't get a confirmation on testimonials. Does anyone know on that if it is tomorrow? But I guess we'll find out. But be on the lookout, and let's support Rick in his efforts, because he's been there and hasn't missed, I don't think maybe one because he lost the power or something. But he's been right by Mr. Keshe's side from the very beginning and totally dedicated to the science and getting it out to the others. I'm sure his soul is working.
There's one thing about Rick that you have to understand. He's a real freak of nature, because he is the Keshe Foundation and he is Canadian. And that is as diametrically opposed as you can get today, because I, as a Canadian, am not allowed to travel on public transit. So we all need to give a plasma standing ovation for the efforts that Rick has done, because this has all come together through his support with the core group and all the other groups around the
No
Keshe
question.
Foundation.
It was only Mr. Keshe and Rick in the beginning, and look what it's grown into. All the different groups and hundreds of millions of knowledge seekers, and now moving into the manufacturing and the processing and the television. So we want to thank Mr. Keshe and Rick and all of us. As he says, Mr. Keshe says, it's not one anymore, it's all of us.
There is one other point that Mr. Keshe brought up, Mark, and that was that that there have been a lot of how should we say, obstructions and subterfuges going along in the process.
Yes.
And this has made things a lot more difficult. But overall, this is an annealing process. It makes you tougher. But what it demonstrates to you, and there was an outstanding comment that he made, because there was a revelation with respect to the news center. It's actually amazing that with all the opposition that we even made it to that stage. And
yes,
that means that there's another factor, right? And that's what's the missing element. That's the thing that we have to take into account. And so when Mr. Keshe is talking about the fields and looking at the fields, you really have to you really have to know what's going on in the process. But to know is to trust. So you trust the process and you trust yourself within that process. So you don't need an edifice really to have that trust, like a church, let's say. You don't need that. So it's not a form of worship. It's a form of being and doing. And if it's truthful, then the plasma, it gravitates. And if it is deceptive, then the plasma is repulsive. So that's why there is no war in the universe, okay? Because there's no product that is derived from it. And you become lonely. And that is a horrible thing. And so even if you're lonely in your physicality, you're not alone.
Alex.
Yes, Jalal.
Why don't you drink your coffee?
You gonna take over?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mark,
Yes.
can you please whiteboard?
Make you co-host or whiteboard? Okay.
Whiteboard, please.
Let's see if we can do this. Okay, Alex, let's see here.
Or Alex can share whiteboard.
I'm going to continue. Now I give you a whiteboard. The last time I gave someone a whiteboard, it didn't seem to, it appeared on my screen, and there it is again. It's appearing on the first screen rather than the second screen. Alex, can you take over? It's giving me the ability to use the whiteboard. I don't know why. Alex, would you mind giving Jalal a whiteboard, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Okay. I will draw magraphs.
Just give me a second, Jalal. Let me just, I did, oh, I see.
No, Dan
Here
has
we
done
go.
it. Oh, okay. Okay, I thought you saw that, Alex.
I
Okay.
am so fortunate with you guys. Thank you very much. Okay. Just step by step with me, guys. Plasma with another plasma. Physicality, emotion, soul. Physicality, emotion, and soul. The three components always there. So this plasma give from the highest. And this plasma give from the highest, which created a soul. When this soul exists, he take over. And then created the physicality. Now, if you remember the maghrab, receive, work with it, deliver higher to the emotion. Receive, work with it, deliver to the soul level. Receive and go out. Let me put it in colors, then you will understand exactly what I mean. If you see the colors here, yes?
Not yet, but I was going to ask you, you say physicality, emotions, and soul. Are you using the emotions as the transitional matters. There we see the color now.
Yes. And I will put the soul in red. And I will put physicality in black. Okay, are we agree until now?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. Now, the soul emit in its level. If we go to the strength, physicality is 1. Emotion is a higher 2. Soul, in order of magnitude, it's 10. Because it is the highest from the physicality and it's the highest from the emotion. If I do it here in the level of the man, I will see that both of them, the physicality and the emotion, created highest in the soul level. And one will take the highest of emotion and one will take the highest of physicality. Although there is emotion in it. Okay, so why we still eating? Anyone can answer this question? Why we still eating? If we know that the energy which is inside us, it's in order of magnitude 10. So why we still eating?
To keep the point of reference with Earth.
It is depend in our understanding. We give physicality, give from the highest, give from the highest. And the emotion also give from the highest. They created the soul. So when the soul gives, why until now the physicality didn't receive in this color and the emotion didn't receive in this color? Although the physicality itself, it have the red color in it. And the emotion itself had the red color in it. So what is the problem? And let me tell you why we are eating. Because these two, the physicality and the emotion, because they give, they need to receive. But unfortunately, they are receiving in these colors. So they do not find it from this guy here. So where they go? they go to the living beings. The other creatures, which is have physicality, soul, and it have emotion, and it have physicality. Trying because they give physicality gift and the emotion gift, but they didn't receive because the red one is higher. So where they go? They go to this entity to take what they think level of physicality and the level of the emotion which they give, trying to get the source, the soul. But they didn't understand. They didn't understand. They take. And when they take, they need to give back to this entity 4 times. So from where they take it? From where they take it? They take it from their own soul to process the giving to this entity, which is in order of magnitude, it's in the same level of physicality and the emotion. So what is the problem? Is this guy here, it's high and ego, he cannot be in this level to give, or in this level to give, or these bodies need to change the black in receiving to the red to receive from the soul level. You know, this is a magra. And I hoped John Bliven was here. He will understand very good what was wrong when he worked with his magraphs. And we saw, if you see the workshops where the energy flow everywhere, but they do not manifest a matter state. Although he done everything for this energy to manifest the shield of this entity. It is very simple in reality, because he didn't bring back the field, higher field, to be received by his creation. It is the same process what we are doing. If we know how we take from the energy of the soul, we will stop eating, we will stop drinking, and even in a way we will stop breathing, because here in order of 10 in order of magnitude, very high source, and how much you take from it, how much it will receive more, because now he's in the weaker position, the higher will give. And understanding, guys, it is very simple. This is the mother and father, the egg and sperm, which has created the soul from the highest. But because in the world and the knowledge of physicality, the same soul created its own prison and its own emotion to interact in the environment. And every time these guys interact, trying to achieve energy level of the soul, but this is already created, so it's interact in its level with the souls. You need to convert this higher source back to the physicality and back to the emotion. You have two choices. You make the soul weak enough to give to the physicality and the emotion, or you elevate the physicality and the emotion to receive from a higher source. And it's this source, it's the soul itself. And every one of them have soul in it. We know it from the component of the plasma: matter, principle, and transition. And each of them have access to the other. That means this one itself have emotion and have physicality level. This one also have emotion and physicality level. And the physicality itself have emotion and soul level. So if you understand it, and now you're going to try your best to achieve the level of the soul. And you have it, because you are created out of the soul, out of the field. You are not the first cell which is created out of the matter and the motion and the energy, which is created the high field level of millions of interactions and then become an entity. You create it out of fields. So try to connect yourself to the fields of yourself. Okay, this is my presentation, and
Beautiful.
I hope someone have any question I would like to answer.
This is a report to the, let's say, when Mr. Keshe saying is needed to look up of your graph. It's reporting to the putting the hand up of the head, or when you are putting the hand plasma ball between the hand, which means if you reverse, let me, if it's possible to annotate, I change the color. If you putting, let's say, not in this order from weaker to stronger. This is weaker, let me, egg, sorry, sperm, mother, father, and between is creating. She's saying this cover the body, the no body, it's encapsulating the soul. If we reverse, the soul encapsulating the body and the emotion. Reverse the process.
Yeah, how you reverse?
You are learning how to put the hand and extend the field of soul from this position, in this position up to covering.
That means you are working with something non-tangible.
With the fields.
Yes.
When Mr. Keshe is saying regarding the, let's say, hand to the prayers, not the prayers to achieve, you have one magra here, let's say, plasma, and the other here. Or you can say the vertical unit or horizontal unit. to creating the shell?
It is, Dan, the last sentence of Alex, the knowing, which is important. And every after that, it is a tool for you to know more. The hands, it is very powerful, very, very powerful. And if you know what you are dealing with, even if you achieve what you achieve, it is only a tool for this physicality to go one step higher. Not to the matter state, not eating and drinking, not touching, not seeing, not hearing, because both of them, physicality and the emotion, they work in the physical matter. But when you go and you put your hands in front of you or in the level of your eyes or above your head, it is only that you open a door working with the language, which is the soul knows. And this is the field. And once you work with the fields and you progress in it, you go higher. Now you attach the emotion to the field. The first step is the physicality. Once you achieve it, you go to the emotion. And emotion with the fields which you are creating, then you go to the emotion of the emotion. And then, voila, you are there. To achieve this red point out of this center point, out, you need to call. As Mr. Keshe said, ask. That means you create a need. For this fields, which is higher, to give. When it's giving, that means it go back to the source. Okay. I hope you finished your copy, Alex. Any question, by the way?
Yes. Now, isn't the soul a total giver? Like Li Fang? It gives. That's basically what it knows how to do. And I thought the thinking or the understanding was to feed the soul, and in turn, the soul will feed the physicality.
Okay. Do you remember I brought terminology, a give or a donate? What is the difference between them?
No, I don't remember that
With
specifically.
expectation, when with receiving and without receiving, without expectation.
For us to really go on this path, we need to take this step. Giving unconditionally, this is not easy. Really not easy, because it is a learning process. So when we give, we know we'll receive. So we are waiting for receiving. That means we are already failed. But donate, we know what is donation. When you donate, you are 100% sure that you will not receive anything from donation. So if we put this understanding to our physicality, to our soul of physicality, and the emotion, and the soul of the emotion, that what they done, the father and the mother, and created the soul, it is not giving, it is donation. Then we stop pursuing to receive. It is a huge difference really in the beginning. This is the step for you to, to go higher and understand what is unconditional giving by involved in donation. When you donate, you are sure 100% that you will not receive. But if you give, wherever you go, even here in the teaching of Mr. Keshe, he's telling you, when you give, you will receive. But if you are waiting for receiving, you will not, because what you're gonna receive, it is in the soul level. So how are you gonna see it? It's a higher. How are you gonna see it? Or you want it to be weak enough to be tangible and you receive it by physicality or the emotion, or someone tell you, oh, thank you, you are very beautiful, you are very knowledgeable, you are a doctor, you are a professor, you are, oh, wow, so many names, and the ego will jump out of the chair. So what do you think? It is you. It is not anyone else. If you are very, very progress in giving, and you know how you give without returning back, unconditional giving, yeah, that is more beautiful. You are 10 steps ahead. But if you don't know, just to proceed with donation. Whatever you do, it's donation. The smile you give, donation. The whatever. And remember, we are here to serve, not to be served. It is not physicality. Serve the soul. This is a lot of knowledge seekers really, really, they didn't have access to it. They think serving the physicality and the emotion. No. Serving the soul and the higher source.
And the reason I'm saying if the soul had the energy, and if you asked, I think it would feed the physicality. But when we got into this crisis, Mr. Keshe said we would all succumb to this because our knowledge is too low, our soul is too weak, and our soul of physicality is even weaker. So we have to find ways to elevate the soul.
How? You know how? It is very easy. The soul is always giver, is always shining.
Yes.
For whom asking. Look, when I ask you something and you give, that is not that you lose. In the opposite, if I ask you something and you give, you will receive 4, 5 more. So if you take from the soul will not be shortage of, but you need to take. You need to create the common denominator, and you already you done it already. You know, you came from this process. You need the language. You need the tool, which is the soul, work with and speak in. You are not short of, believe me. It is only knowing. And when you know, you open the door, finish. The soul gives all the time, but for whom asking? There is entities, there is solar systems, there is universes, there is universes, which is asking for this give and take. And the soul is knowledgeable enough to work with them. But we, as physicality and emotion, we don't know how to take from the soul. Absolutely, we don't know. Although we are created through the soul, but we lost the connection.
Now is the question, is anyone done this yet?
I think not. We are in a learning process. If one, Mr. Keshe said, I need one. I need one of all this humanity, all this universe to achieve it. And then all of you, it will open to you. This is the same question I ask so many times, Mr. Keshe, also the knowledge seekers. You said, don't worry. It will shine to you. It will open for all of you. If only one soul open this door, it will be opened for all the humanity, because we are all connected by this amino acid, what Alex explained to us. We are already connected. Our telephones, our devices, everything is connected. So if one achieve elevation, all of us will achieve that. But who is ready to accept? And I think a little bit one step higher than the others is the knowledge seekers, because they are working with something not tangible. So they are already crazy. So they are already higher than the others.
So if no one achieved it, that must mean the soul is weak.
No.
But what I'm thinking here.
Weak in receiving, but it's not weak in the strength.
Okay. What I'm thinking here is if someone has a condition in their physicality, well, they're not so much worried about the food and dealing with that. But let's say, and Mr. Keshe calls these systems, the horizontal system, a soul elevation unit. So when that soul receives those conditions,
soul of physicality.
No, the soul of the man.
Soul of physicality.
Okay.
The problem, my dear Mark, the problem, it is with the soul of physicality and the soul of the emotion, not with the soul of the man. The soul of the man is already created these two. It is for the two to elevate themselves to be in that position.
Yeah, I'm seeing it a little differently. That once the soul is elevated, it'll take care of the physicality and it'll take care of the soul of the man.
Yeah, which one?
That soul needs to be elevated.
Okay.
Not a point of contention. We're just
no. It is okay. Let me draw it for you that we all understand it. It's not just talk. It's better to draw it, then all of us here will understand about what we are speaking. Look, when we say the component of the plasma, yes, you know it, I know it, Alex know it, everyone here know it. Principle, the soul, transition, emotion, matter, and this is physicality. Do you have something against that? Mark?
No, that's matter. We have the principal matters, we have the transitional matters, and then we have the matter matters.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Keshe, make it like this. What that mean? This one, matter state, access to the transition, and the matter state, access to the soul. So the matter itself have matter, transition, principle, yes? And the transition itself have access to the matter and have access to the principle. That means the transition have a soul and emotion and physicality. It's the same. And the principle have entrance to the matter and have entrance to the transition. So the soul itself have a soul and have an emotion and have physicality. And everyone in its level, you know, every one of them in its level. So which one, this one already created the whole here, F1. That means it created the whole creation, the principle. So the principle have already created this. It is us, the matter state, the physicality, and the emotion together to elevate to be in this position of the principle, to receive from the principle. If Kai told you he was for nearly 46 hours in the road and all this tiredness, and when he went in, he continued until 1 o'clock. And you know, because I am sure, because I was there, the same thing. The same thing. I always in that time, from the morning until also 1 o'clock in the night. Nothing. I didn't really, I didn't need anything. I didn't need to sleep. I didn't need to rest. I didn't need to even the food. And if who was with us?
Dean and Gunther?
And Gunther, Dean was with Kai. Andreas, I think, was with us. I didn't eat. I was talking and all of them eat, but I didn't. That was lunch, 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, but I didn't eat really. Because I was full of energy.
So
why?
Who absorbed that, the physicality directly, or did the soul get elevated and decided to feed?
Which one? Which one? Okay.
I'm asking you.
Yes, yeah, I'm telling you, which one? The soul of physicality, which is received, or the soul of the transition, the emotion. So we get a higher source. Call it whatever you call it. We received higher dose of energy from the place. Is it our emotion, which is see this progress and all what we for a long tiredness and learning and teaching and all of these years, we saw something tangible, which can serve the others. Maybe this is as Mr. Keshe said. Maybe it is only your emotion which received that satisfied all this what all the knowledge seekers done, and see it's tangible. Now it is progress. Now we see that all of them, you know, humanity will be benefit. Maybe this is the energy which I am looking for, or
So
other
the
one
soul,
looking for.
so the soul of physicality either received directly from the environment or from the soul directly, or maybe a combination. The other question
Yes,
I had, when
the soul, you call it a soul. Look, you call it a soul. The soul of the place, of lanes, let's say, of everything there, it is only a field. It's so simple, very, very simple. It's a field. So why I make it so difficult? Why do you say it's a soul? You know, it's a field. No, it's a soul. So what is the difference? Soul or a field? What is the difference? It's no different. A lot of time. Mr. Keshe said, giving, north side, alkaline, exit. It's the same word for different languages, and you make it very complicated for yourself. Entry, acidic, negative, south. It's the same language. It's one. So why not? The soul and the field is one. No, it can't be. The soul is very, very powerful and, you know, as holy what? It's a field. No, it's a field. No more, no less.
But there is a difference between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, yes?
Of course, but what is the difference? What is the difference between 59 and 60? What is the difference between copper and zinc? Both of them created from the same field, but due to the position, this one you call copper and this one you call zinc, and both of them create your CO2 and create everything. Look what Alex brought, the last picture, cup of universe. Look at it. What you see in the middle, nano-coated copper, nano-coated zinc. Create what? Create a soul. No, create a field. No, create a soul. No, create a field. Okay. Choose what you like and go with it.
I want to say something now.
No. Okay, go ahead.
Recently I'm eating less, but I didn't stop eating. And I don't know, I do meditate. It's not meditate, like I stay empty thought in the night time before going to bed. So recently I'm seeing I can't eat too much. I don't know, I'm getting older or something, what is happening inside me, but I'm eating less. And something I feel, matter, antimatter, and dark matter. Between not matter or antimatter, I'm talking about inside dark matter. There is
why you make it so complicated? Why dark matter?
Let her try to express herself, please.
Tell it emotion. Call it emotion. Why you call it dark matter?
I'm not talking about emotion. I'm talking about feelings. It is higher than that. If you feel your feelings, then you don't need to eat. And we are trying to do that. Emotion is expecting something. And feelings is totally empty, totally feel, 0 point. I understand that.
Okay, so progress from your understanding. You know, one time Mr. Keshe said, this knowledge like Rome, it have 12 doors to enter it.
Yes.
But the beauty, a lot of them, they enter, but they do not really know that there is 11 door yet with this door, which way they enter in. So it's better to know all these 12 doors, they are exist. So you can exist and you can enter from any door you like.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm touching something and I don't know I can explain, but I'm touching something.
I think if you simplify, just take the simplicity of it, I think you can explain it to the others.
Yeah. Still I'm on the way, but I'm trying.
Yes, that's good.
Now, go ahead, Selena.
Yeah. I don't know, I can explain anything, but I stayed in the nighttime, like hour to hour in the empty thought, and I feel I am totally empty, and I feel energetic after that. And the morning time, whole day. And if I use my emotion, then I feel hungry, and then I feel I need something. But if I stay that mode, totally fulfilled, then no hunger, nothing, is happiness, different kinds of feelings. So I don't know, maybe that is the way, maybe other way too. That is my way.
Yeah, and one of the reasons we go for the food, I think, is because we want fast energy. We
Right.
want energy released quickly. Now, if we look at this plasma and we have the principal matter, transitional matter, and the matter matters, there's no physicality in this plasma, is there, Joel? I don't think. There's only the fields of its ability to convert itself into matter. That's why we call it matter matters with an S. Principal matters and transitional matters. Those are fields. But there's no physicality here. There's the ability to convert into physicality. We have matter matters.
What Mr. Keshe once said, there is a matter state in each level, but it's not necessary you can see it. In its level, it have a matter state, but it's not necessary that you can see it or feel it or hear it or, you know, work with it, because it's a higher.
Higher
Only
than matter.
only when it is coming in your environment, you know, it is the environment. Celine, even if you don't eat for a month and 2 and 3, you cannot change unless you change the environment. Mr. Keshe said, in the space, with your knowledge, you know, now you know it, you can change. So you are already started the change. In the space, this will be very rapid changing because you already have the basic of changing. So you do not need the stomach, you do not need the intestine, you do not need a lot of things. So the change will be rapid if you go with the physicality and you choose this physicality to be your appearance. But here you need a converter to convert this source of energy to the energy of the physicality and the emotion. Okay, take over, Alex. Thank you.
That was great. Thank you, Joel.
Is there anyone here for the first time that'd like to tell us their name and where they're from? I see a few guests in the list. Some of them I recognize and some I don't. Oh, we're just asking how you found us, and just state your name and where you're from, if you don't mind. Or if you're not new, then fine. Oh, I see a microphone.
Hello.
Hello, Claudia.
Yes, my name is Claudia. I'm from Brazil.
Ah, you found us through the Brazil teachings. Very beautiful.
Yes, yes.
They're expanding their fields. Yes, very strongly.
Yeah.
I had only joined at the last 45 minutes on Friday. I only saw the little bird and their work with the bird. And that was a very touching story. I don't know if Raphael wants to, if you're still here, you want to add anything about that, Raphael? I didn't see the initial part, but I did see when they found the bird on the ground and they sort of revived him, put him back into the nest, made a cup, but it was all good in the even though the bird did transition, it was all good and it was all meant to happen that way. So that was a very beautiful and touching story. And thank you, Claudia, for letting us know.
Thank you too.
Alex, go ahead. Sorry for interrupting you.
I'm here.
Okay. Well, we've gone over the 4 hours. I don't know, we can stay longer. Are there questions from anyone, or would someone like to raise a subject or a topic that, or perhaps going back to the feeding? That's one of the things that's very important. And at one point, Mr. Keshe said, you can't stop eating, but I think we can definitely turn it down because your intestines or something would stick together, or I'm not sure how they would be held open, but I know what Jalal was saying about losing some of these organs as you go into space. They can also come back to you if you were to come back to here, as he showed with the, I think with the pigs in some of his experiments. He wasn't only doing it just to deal with whatever condition they had. He wanted to see sort of the digestive system coming back to life within the entity. And it's very possible, and it is not possible, it's doable. Anyone would like to add anything? Welcome, as I said, aloha Hawaii. I don't know what your time zone is there, or if you're still with us. Would you like to add anything?
Oh no, Jojo!
Aloha.
Ah, I was gonna say, who is this?
Sorry. Yeah, I don't open my mic all that often because I'm not, like, my kids are always running around every probably like 30 seconds, interruptions. So
No
trying to
problem.
keep up, but listening, and man, Jalal, that was good insight. That was deep.
Beautiful.
So thank you.
Thank you.
And I can give one quick testimonial. I do want to prepare something for the knowledge seekers workshops or for the Rick's meetings. But one quick story from last night is our son had a fall and he couldn't walk on his ankle. I know. And when we got home, he couldn't put any weight on his ankle. And then of course we did the health pin for him. We have two, one for my son, one for my daughter. And this morning, and we did it for a long time, longer than usual, actually, like maybe like 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Usually it's just like a few seconds before their pain goes away. But this morning he was like pretty much walking on it with a tiny, tiny little limp. And then we gave him one quick plasma bath. And when he got out, he was running around and totally better. So it's so awesome to have tools like this, like it's not woo-woo, they really work. Like the Keshe technology works, and I can't advocate for it enough. Like the new health pin was just awesome, basically. So yeah, that's my quick little plug for that. I could say so many different things, but I'm kind of caught off guard always. So I just would rather be a little more prepared before I present all the cool stuff that's going on. I do have a lot of great pictures. And one more quick thing. We finally made a Gantz for the armbands, the infamous armbands. We're going to just try. We have a Gantz of gold that was made with just 2 matter state gold electrodes actually connected to a battery in salt water. And it made like a golden Gantz looking, not that classic purple that you always see. And then we made a Gantz of titanium, which barely made any Gantz. Just the amino acids on the top were what we pretty much generated, a little bit of Gantz. And then Cup of Life 1, straight from production. So like the waters and amino acids of that first gold Gantz, the amino acids of the pure titanium Gantz, and then the Cup of Life 1. And whenever we mixed them all together, it turned like this beautiful purple, like lavender purple. And we sent some patches actually to my friend who is a former middle school student of mine, and now she's in the Navy, and they all had to take the you know what. And one of her housemates and best friend just suffered a stroke, and this is like a 22-year-old girl. So I just sent them the cup of life. They're gonna make it right there at their house and try out these armbands. They'll be the first person we've heard of with an injury. So we would love to be able to share this like with anybody. We're gonna try to share it with everyone we have a chance to, but we'll definitely report what comes back from yeah, this trying, because it's something we've been wanting to do for a long time, and these ganses we made took a really long time to form. But oh, and one last little interesting thing. So whenever we first harvested the gold gants, we had just a really small amount, and we started another reactor, and it's barely made any since we started it. And then the very next day, whenever I dumped out the gold to make our little special gants for the patches, our gold gants reactor dumped a bunch of fresh gold gants. And I just thought that was so cool. Like it showed up right when we needed it to, almost, I don't know. So anyways, that's my little thing for right now.
Very
And
nice.
I don't really have any wisdom to impart at the moment, but I just have a lot of gratitude, and I'm thankful for everyone promoting the work of peace across the planet. We have to stay encouraged. And I'm excited to move more in the dimension of soul connecting with everyone, creator, each other, and as we move the work forward too, So that's
Definitely,
it for
and
now.
it's nice to hear the children because that's the next generation of knowledge seekers, and being so close to you, they will work, you will work through them, I would say. Very nice.
Yeah, the kids will probably be the ones leading the way, they'll be the first ones flying and stuff.
That's good. Give
Yeah.
our regards to Jed.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Leanna. Okay, is there anything else anyone would like to bring up, add, drain, subtract from? Andreas, I know we gave an opportunity for Azar and Kay to say what they felt within the confines of the Keshe Foundation. If you're still with us, would you like to share anything about the exposition or your senses or feelings, maybe some emotional touching that went on there, touching you directly, or anything you noticed? We'd be happy to hear from you.
Hi, Mark, and to everyone. Yes.
Feel free to take it wherever you'd like to go. Thank you.
Yeah, the process of processing is still going on. And for me, it got a little bit more difficult because I have also the visual enhancement unit. And also there is happening a lot. And I don't know, because definitely the conference was not only listening when knowledge is taught, and because the teaching made everyone who was there, and all was in a way, it happened on soul level, emotional level, and physical level. And we used all tools like our voice to explain something, but also a lot of emotions were involved there, and also, of course, the soul level. And I don't know.
You were receiving through the fields more than the
Yes.
ear of the man.
Through every level. Yeah, and for me, meeting the others physically, and afterwards there is other connection, or the soul was somehow visible, if I can say it like that, or feelable. I don't know how to say. And of course, the new products which are there, the new devices, are wonderful, overwhelming. What is already here, what is coming. And for sure, the center will become a center of knowledge for the whole world, and also a starting point for other centers around the world.
So it sounds like you were part of the soul of the collective that was there as well, which he indicated is very important, this collective soul.
Yes, but at the same point, everyone who was not there was also there.
Yes.
That's maybe something when I speak with you or also with other people, they are very much closer, but I cannot describe it in a different way.
But you know it.
Yes, in a way. And yeah, I don't know, the visual enhancement unit is also, I feel it very much when I have it on my head and I stand up in the morning, and at the beginning it was a little bit confusing, but I observed altogether I get much more peaceful.
Mm-hmm.
And all somehow goes peaceful, and it goes, yeah. And I enjoy every day being here in the teaching, listening, hearing you, working, doing this, doing that, all is much more joy.
It's a big
More,
family. Yes.
more I cannot say.
No problem.
I'm still processing, you know.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I'm sure it has a lasting effect. Thank you, Andreas. Leanna, if you'd like to share, she would like to share a picture of her beautiful GANs, and we'd be more than happy to see that. Leanna, can you share your screen if you're still with us? I think you are.
Oh, okay. I just texted you on Telegram. I'm on my cell phone. I don't know if I can share screen.
Okay.
Maybe in a minute, if you
I
can pull
need
them.
to, yeah, I need to be a little quicker with this Telegram, and when somebody sends something that I can bring it up for everyone. I know it sounds simple to
Okay,
most.
I'll do. I can share it with you. I can pull up the
Okay.
picture from right there from the Telegram on my side.
Sure.
I realize I do have a share screen, so
Thank you.
just a moment. Let me see what I'm doing. Let me just.
And of course, this was the workshop that I noticed you mentioned titanium, and you mentioned a few things. And this was, you're sort of listening to that particular workshop. Is that the one where,
do it a daddy.
as far as the arm band, or at the point or the location of the intrusion?
Okay, start now. Display over other apps. Allow display over other apps. Okay. Am I sharing my screen with you guys yet?
I don't see it, but let me look in back of this one. No, I think you have to share the screen.
I hate wasting everyone's time.
No,
Maybe
you're
I
not
can-
wasting our time. We'd love to see, and we have a few minutes.
Okay, we see it.
Oh, you do?
Wonderful.
Okay, it's in back of my background screen. For some reason, at different times, when people share, it can come up in front of the background or, well, I don't see it. Okay, sorry, but that's okay. If everyone else can, I'm sure I'll see it later.
Is it full size for everybody?
Alex?
It's a vertical on the phone, right? It's as big as it can get, I think.
Okay, well, we'll go from there then.
It's a great picture.
Thanks. So, okay, so on the right is the new GANTs with the titanium, Cup of Life 1 and gold, the amino acids and water of the gold and titaniums, and then the Cup of Life 1 from production. And then on the left is the first like golden GANTs that we made. I'm sorry, these aren't in the most like direct order, but then this is just so pretty, right? Look at this lavender color it made. I enhanced the color in like to just in the morning light. I was just like, wow, that's so beautiful. This one's also a little bit enhanced, but this is how the gold deposited a really fine powder. It even made like a tiny little nugget thing in there. And then this is that other enhanced, but of the same thing, just to see that beautiful color it made. And then this is how the titanium developed on these electrodes. You see how it's just like little hard deposits? It's not even a lot of GANTs. And at the bottom of the cup, there's like some stringy kind of GANTs and then plenty of amino acids on the surface. So that was how the titanium GANTs was made. It had a battery on it. And then here, I'll go to this one. These are the electrodes we used for the gold cup. And they started out as two little matter state golds. And we were actually trying to see if we could nanocoat gold by putting it on a battery. And sure enough, it worked. It took a really long time. Like the battery had to completely deplete itself. And then after like a few months, it started making this beautiful gold. And in one light, it looks kind of golden. And in the other light, it looks kind of purple. And this is like unedited, unfiltered, just picture of this pretty GANTs that we're making our patches with now. And Olivine's just mentioning that at first it turned pink and then it turned purple. And then this is how the gold looks unedited. So it's just beautiful, you know? I'm like, I've become a GANTs fanatic. I love this stuff.
Very
so
nice.
Beautiful. So I just wanted to share the pictures because it gives an idea of what we made and how we're making our patches. So I
And if
reached
you-
out like through our Instagram for people to try it if they want to, you know, see if they can help someone with these. And we're thinking like every person should at least use 2 compresses, you know, one on either side of the place that it's supposed to go on the arm. And yeah, we'll report if we have any cool stories back about it.
Very nice.
And
I
if
hope you
anyone
could.
wants to try it, reach out to me directly, you know, we'll try to make that happen.
I
to
hope
share.
you could join the reactor group one night, you and Jed, and have these pictures sent ahead. And Rick would be more than happy to have you discuss your work. Very,
I think
very nice.
we'll happily share it. And I think Jed always says, whenever I've achieved something, then I'll know my understanding's correct and I can come and share. But yeah, like I'm like, every little thing is an achievement to me. Every tiny milestone is a big one in my opinion. But
Agreed.
yeah, it's just encouraging, you know, it's encouraging to work
nice.
with the GANTs. And if anyone knows anyone who's been injured or is looking to heal their bodies, put them in touch with us. So hope that's
Very
clear.
well. Very nice.
Thank you guys.
Very nice work. Want to thank Jed as well. I know
Oh,
that
I guess we
he
gotta
does a
stop
lot
sharing.
of the hardware, let's say, and Leanna, I'm sure, supports well, or else takes care of the children while Jed is so Jed can concentrate a little more. But thank you both. Your work, as I said before, is beautiful, and we will replicate some of this as well, or
I would
create our own
love
version.
other
Yes.
people try.
Say again.
Yeah, I would love to see other people try. I'd never seen the gold made that way. The gold was always like an enigma to me. Like we were like, how do you nanocoat gold? How do you nanocoat gold? We tried so many different things, could never figure it out. And then the 2 matter state electrodes on a battery in salt water. I think it was like 15% or 9%. I don't remember, to be honest. Worked. And yeah, so I hope if people are trying, like, you know, trying to crack the code on that, to try that. They were just tiny little gold zigzag wires. So, and if that's something we need for these patches to be effective, like, everyone should try to do it.
And was the titanium easy to nano coat?
Oh, hold on. Maybe
Or
I wasn't, I
did you?
don't think, but maybe I can get Jed to talk. I don't know if I can convince him to come share right
Okay,
now.
we'd be more than happy to hear from him. I think Jed was the first knowledge seeker in the family, and Leanna was a little bit skeptical, but over the years and everything, they're really working beautifully together. So,
Hi, yeah, this is Jed. Hello.
hello, Jed.
Hey, I just wanted to say, you guys were saying, how did you nano coat titanium? And, you know, honestly, I'm not sure if I did a very good job or not, but I had so much trouble trying to nano coat titanium. What I ended up doing was heating it up with a torch, then cooling it off in oil, and then doing it over and over, heating it with the torch, cooling it in oil, like cooking oil. And then after that, it finally went pure black, because I kind of thought of it like how you make cast iron pan, you know,
Oh, yes,
with the
curing a
oil and
pan.
heating.
Yes.
And because Dr. Keshe said that was the original first time man made nanomaterials when they did cast iron or something like that. And so I that's the way I tried to nano coated it. But you know, it took like 4 or 5 months, and it never really made GANs. It would just made a little bit of GANs, and then it started forming like hard deposits on the coils, like hard round white deposits. So I don't really even know if that's the correct way of doing it, or if I was just doing something totally wrong. I'm not even sure.
Well, you're one of the first ones that I've known to try it. I do have a piece of titanium or two. I may get there, but thank you so much for your work and your sharing, especially your sharing with the others, so the others can elevate as well.
Oh, thanks. I try not to share very much because I'm just at an experimental level, and I really haven't achieved anything to be at a teaching level yet.
I think you have. We're all students and we're all teachers in so many ways.
Mark?
Yes,
Thank you.
Randy. Thank you very much, Leanna and Jed.
The work they did there was absolutely fantastic, because when in the mining industry and when you use chemicals to do metal separation, what they want to achieve is that purple floating solution on top of your chemicals, because that's the pure gold. So they, in essence, have made pure gold.
Well, remember the reactor group, and that's Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. CEST, or we're coming into CET time. So would be nice for you to join us.
I will try to join as soon as we can put everything together, because I think
No
we'll have to
problem.
do like another PowerPoint presentation or something. Or
No,
maybe
it
we'll
doesn't
do it
have to
over.
be professional. I would just forward the
Okay.
pictures to Rick, come in and share, and that's all. Very simple. It's we're
there-
not grading it, we're not judging it. We're just looking at the work.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks for the encouragement.
Thanks, and we elevate all of the islands. Thank you, Leanna and Jed. Okay, Alex, is there anyone else who wants to come in at this point? I think we've been here for a bit, unless someone wants to add something else. I want to thank you all for joining today, contributing, sharing, presenting, drawing. Thank you, Jalal.
And I would like to thank everybody. This has been the North American Corona Telegram meeting, which is turned into the North American International Team meeting. And I want to thank you, everybody, for allowing me to make a presentation today and be part of this wonderful experience with you all. And I look forward to a wonderful week, a lot of new developments. And I hope that we'll all be able to meet again next week with a bright new future. So in the moment, I just want to thank everybody and pass the meeting over to you, Mark, and thank you for all your fine contributions. And a special shout out to Jalal with his beautiful presentation, and the couple from Hawaii. What a fabulous story that is. Thank you all. God bless.
Thanks for your allowing. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you all again for joining and continuing to move. And as Mr. Keshe says, we're just beginning. There's so much more to absorb and share and learn in many different dimensions. So we're all continue to be students, but we can share and with the others, because I don't think there'll be any other way for that knowledge to get passed on. So many millions of people have lived on this planet, and there have been very few, you probably can count them on one hand, that have approximated this knowledge. For some reason, it's a little bit tricky from our matter state, and because we're so physical, we seem to cling on to what we can smell and taste and see and hear. And as we see on the fan, it's time to start thinking about the things we can't see, or to believe in things we can't see, because as Mr. Keshe said, the matter state is the illusion and the plasma state is the reality. So let's see if we can go to this. I think I'm sharing the screen properly. Okay. We're going to have a Zoom class to play with all these little buttons and different things one of these days, so we can all get on, or at least I can get on a better page and understanding Zoom more.
And the guy here, he is the manager.
Can you explain to us what is a mole? One mole.
This is the activity for our first 100 motifs has harvested, and then we there
刚才有朋友说不知道怎么加我们的客服啊，就可以加关注，然后跟他留言就行了。如果你实在不知道怎么加客服呢，那你也可以加我，然后加我的关注，然后再给我。
Wang Lin, you're talking over the Chinese. Rick, can you close the Chinese noise?
Yeah, sorry.
The voice.
Okay. Yeah. So this is the Chinese TikTok we call Douyin, and there we had harvested the first 100 mokivi, and the guy here, he is the manager.
Can you explain to us what is a mole? One mole in Chinese is about 660 square meter.
Yes, 666. Yeah. They have 300 more land. It's on the mountain. It's quite far. And this gentleman is the manager of the farm, and they are all like veterans. I mean, they come back from army or like their relatives of army, and also they are like learn Chinese traditional culture, and it's all are nice people there. And so they have a lot of story about this kiwi, because even when they buy some chemical fertilizer, but his boss told him, no, don't use, and only use GAN's water. So this is the first time they didn't use any fertilizer, they didn't use any pesticides for the full farm to be grown. So the taste is very good. Actually, for me, it's kind of like the most natural taste from the memory. That's what I call it. And the farm is very, very beautiful. When I was there, they're full of many insects. You can hear the insects make noise here and there, and a lot of birds. And so it's kind of a very how to say very vivid life there. And because they put more than 3,000 GAN's bottles to cover the whole field. So when the night I was staying there for one night, I can feel all the energy fields from the huge GAN's matrix. It's like you're floating on the boat. The energy was there. So it's very interesting and really, really cool. So we want to see more and more this kind of successful application on agriculture, on fruit. Yeah, and this is the we have a like online sale there, and also some can get a free as a gift. So we have a 2 hours broadcasting and online sharing with a lot of people, and you can see here is 37, 36 people are watching online, and then yes, we're sharing a lot, and the story of the farm and how they made it, and yeah, a lot of things. So it's quite interesting. Okay, I think this one is enough.
Rick, you have another one you want to play? Yeah.
This one. This one is another also organic farm. They have 2,000 more land, and they had signed a strategic contract with us. We will build the organic farm all as a GAN's organic farm. And you can see the cucumber here. The cucumber has a lot, like in each of this one, in each of one leaf, they grow one cucumber. The guy, this is a technician. He said there's only like one cucumber, like in 3 of the every 3 or 4 leaves can grow one. But right now, every leaf has one. That means we can reach 3 times or even more than the old harvest. And also the taste is quite well. Everybody who had this, they say it's quite well. So you can see it's very healthy, and I just take one and eat there. Yeah, it's so all the this they only spray 4 times, but they also still use some like they call bio fertilizer, but that's very expensive for the bio fertilizer. For each of these like greenhouse, they can use 1 year several thousand, maybe 4,000 or 3,000, 4,000 for the fertilizer fee. So I told them they can still use that, but if combined with our technology, they can only maybe use one fourth of the bio fertilizer, and then we can still achieve the good harvest. Yeah. So is there anything else?
Yeah, there was. How is your development in China? How now you set the factory up and you're going into production?
Yeah, our factories still are in decoration. Suppose the office will be ready this month, and the production line will be ready next month. Yeah, we heard that Chinese government want to invest $100 million for our project. So we are waiting for the funds to be solid there, and then we can start the negotiation.
We originally negotiated over the past 3-4 years, and they were waiting for us to open the factory. And in our original contract, the Chinese government has supported the Keshe Foundation, Keshe Foundation GAN's technology. And now they have confirmed that the 100 million investment will be going to another 19 factories similar in conjunction with the Keshe Foundation. This is thanks to all the knowledge seekers work in China, which have kept the knowledge in forefront, thanks to people like Xiaojin, and many, many more in the background. And especially Wang Lin and Chao and the rest of the team. If I'm correct, if you can confirm it, the Chinese officials confirmed themselves that they have allocated this 100 million for collaboration in the past 2 or 3 weeks. And this will give us a new opportunity to expand the Keshe Foundation to help the Chinese agriculture, mainly in that process. Thank you very much, Wang Lin, and your team for the hard work.
Yes, we want to thank all the staff in China of the Keshe Foundation for all their hard work. And this will lead to China's grain independence, Mr. Keshe said, by 2025. And they're going to be investing 100 million in several. I wasn't sure if it was farms or is it manufacturing, but I'm not sure. I also wanted to mention, if you didn't see the chat, Leanna, who just spoke with us, she said, we just had the biggest earthquake we've ever felt. Wowza. So let's send the fields of peace and calmness and balance to all the residents of the islands in that location and wherever else that may be heading. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Thank you. I'm going to play the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will come to an end. And hopefully we can see you all in tomorrow's teaching with Jalal. And that starts, I believe, at 10 a.m. CEST in the private students room number, which starts with 676. So if you're available, please join us as we go deeper, as Jalal goes deeper into the knowledge and sharing the understanding of this knowledge of the Keshe Foundation. So thank you, Jalal, for all your efforts. Thank you, Alex, as well, for all your efforts. You've both been very faithful and determined to bring the knowledge to the other language communities, which we all appreciate your work, and we thank you for it.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.